Hello, hi, and welcome to whatever this is gonna be today. I know it's Leo season, and I'm still, excuse me, still in need of a retwist. Anyway, I feel like I was gonna say some stuff today. It's fine. I have a drink, non-alcoholic, and it's not necessarily an ICC because most of it is already gone. I mean, as if that's not really standard, but I ended up getting a booster pack today. And I didn't necessarily expect to get one today, but I ended up buying one. So we're going to look at it. We'll do a. I don't think I've ever had. Well, I think there was a point in time where I kind of had a name for these. I don't remember. And I got some Twizzlers. I've been craving Twizzlers for, I feel like, at least a month now. And the last time I almost got some, they were like not fresh, but this pack today is so fresh. I don't know, August? I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of astrological reasons, but for the past few months, like September, like August, September for sure, like maybe August and maybe October, it's been feeling like something like really good is going to happen. And today just felt amazing. And there's, I mean, good news all around today. I found my degree. And I mean, as if it were lost. I went and grabbed it, and it was dusty. It was literally collecting dust. Um, oh, this is interesting. And it was just like a reminder of something that I've done. I don't necessarily want to go too deep into the personal stuff because I want this to be whatever it is, and it's going to be whatever it is, whatever it's meant to be. Oh, um, but yesterday I got the feeling of like so much of what I've accomplished up until this point in life, I've done while like feeling like my life was falling apart or like going through until 2020. It was like a series of escalating, um, not like I have a visual disability, and it was like getting progressively worse until I got my cataracts removed, and then like it completely changed my life, right? But so that, in addition to like other things that were going on at different points in my life, it felt like I was always not losing the fight, but like I was always trying to make the best of a bad situation. And then in the last few years, there was partially a lot of like there was a lot of adjusting that I had to do, right? Going from barely able to just like going from a progressive disability to a completely different change. So like coming out of that, working through like going through my healing and working through everything that I was working through. And for some reason, like yesterday and the day before, there's been I feel like this month long at this point, if not longer. Definitely not as long as I've been craving Twizzlers. Process of kind of like really putting the pieces all together. I don't really know how to describe it because it's a point that is so similar to so many points that I've been in or points I've been at on this healing journey. But also at the same time, it was like infinitely deeper and it was vast. It's almost like things coming together. Like I can almost rationalize it or think of it as like a puzzle, either a jigsaw puzzle or one of those puzzles where you like have to move the pieces around. Like there's one blank square in the grid, and you have to move them all to like complete an image. I'm so bad at those. I'm so bad at those. I don't like them. But it's like at every level or every layer, because it was getting deeper, the puzzle was getting like more and more complex. So either like more pieces, more tiles, and if it is like a jigsaw puzzle, like weirder shapes, or like it's so many pieces that like a lot when there's fewer pieces, what would be easier, because like, oh, the majority of like if it's a collage of like animals or whatever, right, it's like, oh well, the dog is in like three pieces, and so like those three pieces go together to make the dog, and then the cat, and like, or like the sky is whatever. But when you have a lot of pieces, like instead of three pieces, it's 1,000 pieces, and if the dog's coat is fairly uniform, now you have like in this sea of whatever that color is, configuring the right pieces. Anyway, as it gets deeper, it gets more complex. But that's from a feeling of like just having more of a capacity, maybe, to be present with the self and to process things, and to allow a clarity that both defies old narratives, defines new ones, and recontextualizes a bunch of stuff. Where some things that at a certain point, some truths that needed to be viewed as like maybe not necessarily like correctly false are entirely false, but like not entirely correct either. So like there was some gray that was necessary so that more could be understood, to then like be able to properly contextualize those truths. Because like let's say it's something that was true, like the truth of the thing was recognized, but the context was like weird. And so it made the truth ring funny. Anyway, I said I wasn't going to talk about it. I mean, I haven't gotten too deep into like the actual stuff going on behind the eyeballs, but anyway, it's been a very interesting little amount of time. So, as I was just perusing the cards, because that's the aisle I ended up in today, I had pretty much decided I wasn't going to get anything until I saw the banner that they're like running, or that's sitting on the shelf at Walmart right now. And it's Edge of Eternities. And when I saw Edge of Eternities, I was like I can't not get this, you know what I mean? And so then I look at the back, and it's Battle for the Fate of a Dying Star, which is so interesting because like I just read it. I didn't even look at it when I was at the store. But that came out recently. The imagery of like, oh, it was the Nine of Wands and the Quantum Tarot, I believe. I didn't think I would be using another deck, and I might still not. I still may not use another deck, but it was in this card. There was like something that was forged in the heart, but I think the imagery came out before the card did. I don't remember. It was like something forged in the heart of a dying star. Um, I don't know. Things are just weirdly interesting as of late. Like even yesterday, like we are officially in Mercury retrograde, right? So that means that technology is going to be giving us troubles. And there was that technological trouble yesterday. Even was that yesterday too? It may have been the day before yesterday. That was the day before yesterday. But anyway, last night I was trying to place a food order, and there was technological trouble. So their card system, or like the payment processing part, wasn't working. And like the app said it closed at one time, Google said it closed at another time. We had kind of given up on it. Then we get an email saying that our order is ready. The order that like apparently like we couldn't pay for. And so they actually closed at 10. We tried to call, but the phone, like no one picked up the phone, and it was doing weird, more technological stuff. So we showed up. I was like, hey, like it said that our orders were canceled, but like we couldn't pay for the orders. But we got emails saying that the orders were ready for pickup. He's like, yeah, they like showed up canceled in the system. Basically, I ended up getting my order for free because of that technological mishap. So, and I saw it was like the title of a video. I don't remember exactly what the title was or um, whose video it was. Here it is. But it was something like a delay isn't just a delay or something like that. And that was like evidenced by a free dinner that I got, right? Because like, and it's weird that like it's one thing if because of technological whatever, like you can't place an order, right? But it's weird that if the order was never placed, that it would be in the system to flag the whole like your order is ready. And because it was canceled, like because it was never paid for, I guess it was canceled in their system because after a certain amount of time, the order is like timeout or something like that, but it still shows up in the system. But it's like, but since no one made it to load it into the system, how would the system even like push out the notification that the order was ready for pickup? You know what I mean? And so it was this whole like, I don't want to say like a series of catastrophic failures because that's extreme. But again, at the end of the whole whatever, I ended up getting, and like my sweet tooth has been active since I've been back in the States. Call it partial dietary freedom, call it a level of processed sugar I wasn't getting while I was in the UK. I don't know. Um, but I was like, oh, I'm going to get like a little dessert too. But when I went to go pick up the order, I was like, just because he was offering, and my mom was like, well, we're here, they're still open, so we can still get the pizza. I had given up on the dessert. I was just like, can we get like two pizzas? And I was ready to pay for it. He was like, yeah. And then he told me it'll be 8 minutes. The pizzas were done faster than 8 minutes. It was probably like 5 minutes. I don't know when he put it in. Um, but when he was bringing the pizzas out, my dessert was on top. So I still ended up getting my dessert, and it was free. So, I mean, of course, because of that, I greatly welcome technological issues that cost me a bit of inconvenience and maybe momentary confusion for free and to get what I wanted. And I get fresh Twizzlers. Anyway, that was 15 minutes. Um, I can't even pause this. So, at the edge of the known multiverse, a star system teeters on the brink of disaster. Chart a course through Cythera and explore distant planets, wield dazzling magic, and wage war with alien factions. Just steer clear of the unstable supervoid at the center of the system, unless you choose to harness the vast chaotic energies within. That is hilarious. I'll tell you why in a second. Oh, this is number four, which is like the Emperor. Emperor energy has been coming out a lot. I feel like I've been seeing the Emperor and the Empress. So the Nine of Wands was between the Eight of Pentacles and the Emperor. I've shown you the Nine of Wands. This is the card that came out. And I was like, yeah, it's like forged in the heart of a dying star or whatever. Or there was something about the dying star. This Eight of Pentacles is really interesting, though. This Eight of Pentacles reminds me of the Eight of Cups in another deck. Now, you can see the motif. It's giving Phoenix today, but I think it's a Griffin. I'm pretty sure that's a Griffin. Right? I wonder what's on this card. Interesting. I wonder if that means anything. So, as I was looking at this card, see, you can see the Griffin. Now, if I just hold it like that, you can't really see it. But there it is. You see the motif of the Griffin? I can use the light to help it stand out on this card. There. Um, when I noticed that, I noticed these like little black dots. Let's see. Where's the. There we go. There you go. The little black dots at the center of all the pinnacles. And then on the Nine of Wands, there are these concentric circles. Oh gosh. Let's see. There we go. This one, oh yeah, you can kind of see them. Well, I'm like struggling. There you go. There. Okay. They're like embossed on the card. That, for some reason, to me is super interesting because it's not an unbroken plane. It's because I want to say, or like letters and then numbers popped into my head. There are no letters and numbers. It's because these, like the rays or the radii of these circles, extend sort of outward, right? The lines. But like what's embossed on the card, it's just those circles. And they're tilted at an angle. I can't I don't know. I can't put into words why that's so eye catching, I guess. Anyway, let's get into the booster. This Emperor is so interesting because of like this, whatever this is. There you go. But whatever that is, I know we saw in the SKT recently. No, I'm like, was that a self read? I'm pretty sure it was when I was live. We saw the Hanged Man, um, the Hierophant, and there was another card, maybe the Keeper, with like the Merkabas on it. I know what is most immediately in my recollection was a reading I did for myself, but I'm pretty sure it also came out live before I did that for myself. Anyway, oh my gosh, 20 minutes and I haven't even started. The whole like forged in the heart of a dying star. Oh, the other interesting thing is I've been seeing Loki a lot. Not like a lot, but for me, like twice, uh, from one day into the next day is a lot. I was watching the Sandman. I was like, my brain was like Hangman. No, I was watching the Sandman, and Loki is pretty prominent in that. And it's a little bit of a spoiler alert, spoiler alert, spoiler alert. It's a little bit of the what Frog and the Scorpion, where it's like his nature worked against him. He was partially convinced, but his nature worked against him and his interests, for one. Also, before I watched that, I saw the Coyote and the Rainmaker as final cards in the Mystical Shaman Oracle. And of course, that was like the Coyote is Trickster. So I saw that. And then the next day, when I was at the gym, The Mask, Jim Carrey, was on TV. And the historian guy was like, it's associated with Loki. I didn't necessarily know that Loki had in uh, was associated with fire, well, at least consciously, until I watched that episode of The Sandman. But anyway, it was like Loki back to back, and I was like, oh, and I was gonna go live, but then Google said no. I was like, flip a coin, and it kept coming up heads and tails, and there was other stuff I needed to do anyway, and so I kind of just like dropped it. But when this mentioned chaos, I was like, oh, that's interesting because I was just seeing so much Loki. And Loki isn't, I wouldn't say that there's necessarily any uh, deic, is deic a word? I wouldn't say there's necessarily any deic energy that at any particular time I'm exposed to like a lot. So, like, the threshold for what is an interesting number of occurrences is like low, right? Um, but this mentioned right at the end, just steer clear of the unstable supervoid at the center of the system unless you choose to harness the vast chaotic energies within. That vast chaotic energy was like, oh, Loki, right? Also, the supervoid in this is interesting. I'm going to be using that word a lot. I just accept it. The supervoid is interesting because there has also been quite a bit of like the void versus like the abyss. Like the ever since the full moon Scorpio, it's been like the proximity of the abyss of Scorpio to like the void. And then even recently, was it because of it had to be the Otter video when the mouse and the Six of Wands had the boots of Hermes, and it was because I think the underworld came out there, and it was like what is the underworld, or was that with the corn sweat? Maybe it was with the corn sweat, actually. Like, what is the underworld is different to the void and different to the abyss, but there are parts of the underworld that could, at the very least, span into the abyss, but also like brush up against the void. But as I was reading it and going off of vibes and energy, it felt like ventures into the underworld are not the same as ventures into the void. Um, so there's that. So it was interesting, I guess, now to see this harnessing this chaotic energy in this unstable super void at the center of this system. At the edge of the known multiverse, a star system teeters on the brink of disaster. I was gonna look. I felt like I was gonna look at the tower for some reason. Why? I was talking to my journey buddy yesterday. She asked me because she's helping me out, and she asked me. She's doing for me the thing that I am unwilling to do for myself, and just call it good old fashioned stubbornness. So I appreciate her for that. And I mean, I appreciate her for a lot of things. But then in like seeing the results, I was like, wow, okay. I still have my personal reservations for whatever reason, but I am impressed. Color me impressed. I won't lie or downplay how awesome this is. Um, but she was asking me like, long term, longer term, hey, how you doing? Um, Longer term, like what are some of my goals? And one of the things that I really appreciate is like I like helping people do things that they may not necessarily think that they can. Or I like being in a position to like empower or encourage people to do things that are challenging or scary or anything like that. Especially like if it's something that I know or something that I can see is within someone's capability, but for whatever reason, like if they don't see it themselves, I don't know. I just like, I really like that. So, as I was explaining to my journey buddy, like, kind of sort of where I would like, sort of like what I enjoy and things that I could see for some reason, because my birth cards are the Tower and the Chariot. And as I was gathering like the materials, the equipment, the whatever to go live, my laptop, getting the power cord, and all that other stuff, I was kind of thinking about that. What does that have to do with anything? I don't know. That's why I was thinking of the tower. Oh yeah, because it mentioned the brink of disaster. A star system teeters on the brink of disaster. Chart a course through Sotera and explore distant planets, weird dazzling magic, and wage war with alien factions. Just steer clear of the unstable supervoid at the center of the system, unless you choose to harness the vast chaotic energies within. Yeah, because I was thinking about Loki, and I was like, I could pull before and after the coyote and other things, but I couldn't necessarily think of a good way to be like, why am I seeing Loki so much? So again, It's interesting that I picked these up. What is happening? I'm confused. I am so confused. Are there like multiple? Apparently. Oh, the advanced course. Wow. The Emperor is the strong force, which is interesting because we saw in the Four of Wands the Electro weak unified force. It was the where electromagnetic forces meet weak forces. So with the Emperor, it's the strong force. The Emperor symbolizes the male principle. He is an authority figure who maintains the social order. How do you manifest your personal authority? The advanced course is the strong force binds particles together in the nucleus of an atom. Without it, matter would not exist as the atoms would simply fly apart. Take a breath. Try this again from the top. The strong force binds particles together in the nucleus of an atom. Without it, matter would not exist as the atoms would simply fly apart. There would be no planets, stars, or galaxies, no universe as we know it. The Emperor, like the strong force, holds things together into an ordered, functioning whole. He represents leadership and authority. While he often symbolizes the figures that play this role in our lives, the Emperor also represents conscious will, what Freudians call the superego. So we got this super void at the center of a system, vast chaotic energies, and the superego of the strong force that is the Emperor. When we saw the Griffin, why a Griffin? I wonder. There we go. There you go. Griffin. I had a dream with the Griffin in it a long time ago. I've talked about this dream before. I don't necessarily remember the beginning of the dream, but my recollection, at least as of now, starts on the back of a Griffin. I was like, there was a woman behind me. We were on the back of a Griffin trying to get somewhere like quick because something was going down. And I noticed like she was having difficulty. I guess we were flying high enough, fast enough that like oxygen was too thin. The oxygen was too thin for her. So I like in the dream, because it was a dream, did some kind of magic to try in an attempt to make the air more breathable, right? And I feel like I don't know if I wasn't quick enough or whatever, but I feel like she was like about to fall off, but like I grabbed her. Anyway, we made it to where we were going, and I ended up like being interrogated. Like someone had did something terrible, and they wore my face while they did it, and so everyone was mad at me. There was a girl, a lady, who was like angrily speaking French at me. And I was like, I don't, in the dream, I'm like, I don't know Spanish. And then she got even more upset. And I was like, oh, like, I don't know French. And she was she was satisfied with me at least knowing the language that I didn't understand that she was speaking. Um, so anyway, as everyone's like furious with me because I've betrayed their trust ultimately, I'm like, well, like, can someone tell me what happened? Because I literally just got here. And someone was telling me that, like, so again, even though I got my cataracts like removed and my vision is infinitely better than it was, like my night vision still isn't great. And whoever was like impersonating me, there was something that they had done at night. And as I'm listening, I'm like, that couldn't have been me because I can't see at night. Like I'm night blind. And these were people who like knew me. Some of the people in the dream were like family. Um, and I was like, I'm night blind. So that couldn't have been me, even if it looked exactly like me. Like, and they were like, yeah, like you are. I was like, yeah. So I don't know what's going on, but that wasn't me. Um, anyway. Oh, girl, it's 35 minutes. All right, we're timestamping that as the ramble. I feel like, but that's some of the whatever. I'm gonna read it one more time because I'm so intrigued. This is why we didn't look at Loki before. Battle for the fate of a dying star. At the edge of the known multiverse, a star system teeters on the brink of disaster. Chart a course through Sotera and explore distant planets, weird, dazzling magic, and wage war with alien factions. Just steer clear of the unstable supervoid at the center of the system, unless you choose to harness the vast chaotic energies within. And I wonder, because it said, like, it mentions choosing to harness vast chaotic energies, but because they're vast chaotic energies in the heart of a supervoid, I almost wonder if, like, you also have to be capable of harnessing those energies, right? I would assume it's more than just a choice to do it. It's also like being capable, because if it were just a choice, then why would you? I mean, anyway, why would you have to avoid it, right? So we have tokens. We get tokens this time. And I see this robot, which is a 2/2, almost built like Deoxys, the Pokemon. But something about the robes and almost the appearance of the robot, something about these and the head of the robot make me think of, I think it's Fanuel. Fanuel, Angel of Truth. Is there a Fanuel in this deck? Let's see. It does not look like there is. Oh, wow. I was like, that's weird. Who are you? Samchiel, Angel of the Eclipse. I just saw something about an eclipse. I know my journey buddy just mentioned eclipse season, but I feel like I read something. Also, that black hole did look kind of ecliptic. I wonder, that's interesting. It does kind of look like an eclipse, doesn't it? Hello. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to be here or in here. Hello? What is happening? Bear with me, I guess. Bear with me, I guess, as I sort this mess. This man says I sort this mess. I was going to go for a chalk today, but I obviously did not. Why didn't I go for a chalk today? That is a great question. One with what? I picked this deck up and I didn't even realize. Hello? Okay, Patrick. I'm like, because I didn't know if it was in that deck, but I'm pretty sure it's in this one. But this is what I found. So I'm pretty sure it's Fanuel, Angel of Truth. Fanuel is in between Turiel, Angel of the Mountain, and Leliel, Angel of Night. So you see this shawl-looking thing around Fanuel? The things behind the robot remind me of that. Oh, you can even see it draped down a little bit. A little bit, a little bit. And even the head, see? That's a little different. It's fine. Excuse me. And again, it was in between Angel of Night and the Angel of the Mountain. I'll read them all. I'll read them in the order that they came out in. So, first, Turiel, Angel of the Mountain. Here I remain under a mountain made of many hands, all reaching and all taking. I press my body closer to that which I must keep. It is mine, and I will shield it from the misery of other hands. I can feel their gaze fall on it like an avalanche. Their greed feeds my convictions, so here I remain. That's big Four of Pentacles energy, and we've been seeing the Four of Pentacles conservator lately. Fanuel, Angel of Truth. This most patient attendant will wait for your arrival. Fanuel has been here long before you arrived, standing in the gateway to the throne. You may not have seen it, you may not have heard it, but Fanuel waited there for you to wrap you in its warm cloak. Seek it, and you shall find it. That makes me in the Mystical Shaman Oracle cards recently. We saw the Time Master. Excuse me. The Standstill, the Time Master, and the Rattle. And I'm pretty sure they were like at the bottom of the deck. When it mentioned the gateway, Fanuel has been here long before you arrived, standing in the gateway to the throne. Something about that standing in the gateway makes me think of the Standstill and the Time Master. Leliel, Angel of Night. A fleeting spirit who dances across the sky. Leliel is beautiful but aloof. The night passes whether we are lost to sleep or staring out over the darkened sky. It shows to us that for everything we see, there are 1,000 things left unseen. What you are witnessing is only ever a small glimmer of what is truly there. Interesting. Woo. I don't know why the yawns are just settled in. But I'm a Pisces. Sleep is my domain. I guess more so dream, but sometimes you got to be asleep to dream. And you would say, don't you always have to be asleep to dream? And I would say, well, daydreams are a thing, and we aren't necessarily asleep when we have daydreams. Sometimes the mind just wanders. You know what? I'm gonna pull those back out. Um, I'm gonna pull these out, and I'm gonna pull those other cards back out too. And we'll see. Ooh, excuse me. I didn't necessarily plan on all of this. There's something about this Eight of Pentacles too that really catches my eye. And especially with, so these are strong forces with the Emperor. And the strong forces are the ones that apparently keep atoms together, right? So the strong forces are what binds neutrons and protons in the nucleus, but also a part of the electromagnetic play, I'm assuming, between the positively charged nucleus of an atom and the negatively charged electrons excuse me, that complement it, right? And so it's almost like the heart of all of these pentacles. We can see the nucleus of it. There you go. You can see the nucleus of these pentacles. And then it's like the pentacle itself is the atom distributed, the atom or molecules distributed around that nucleus. And it's like creating this stairway or this series of interwoven, maybe floating platforms that lead, we could say, that lead into the heart of this super void, even though that reads more like a galaxy. But since this is about choosing to harness the vast chaotic energies within, I'm not surprised that like the Eight of Pentacles would almost position itself as a key to making the trip as predictable and safe as possible. Excuse me. And I'm not surprised because the Eight of Pentacles, almost said Eight of Wands, the Eight of Pentacles, it has more so than a connotation of a knowing or a certain level of familiarity. There's also a consistency in doing. So it's a consistent application of knowledge that builds toward attaining some kind of mastery, or at the very least, proficiency. And so, again, with the question of being like, well, is it just a matter of choosing, or is there also some kind of inherent capability that one would need to harness that chaotic energy? Um, Now The Witcher is in my head. I can't remember. It's been so long since I've seen it, and I only really watched the first season and like one or two of the specials. Excuse me. But I think like Yennefer, they like use some kind of chaos magic. I'm pretty sure it was chaos magic they were learning. Anyway, oops. That's only one side of the token. The other side of the token, did it really take me like 20 minutes? Is a lander. Now, with this token, you can sacrifice it to search your library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. No, she's giving like terraforming, colonizing. In the series of audiobooks I was listening to, they have interdimensional travel, right? And as far as I can tell, it works like how there are planets in space. Like as there are planets in solar systems and galaxies in the vastness of space, there are dimensions in the vastness of the ether. And in the ether, in the astrals, like the deep astral, in the astrals, there exists only um, immaterial immateriality. There's no form in the astral. Everything is just like energy, right? So because of that, you have to you can have a dimensional ship or like what's kind of like a pocket reality that has physical form so that you can maintain your physical form if you have to. And that travels through the astral. So it's like it's a bit of reality that's needed to I almost want to say transgress for some reason. To transgress interdimensional astral reality. And so like that's why, especially with the lander on the other side and its ability to summon land and this eight of pentacles, it's almost like this sequence or series of spaces within the deep astral where matter can exist as solid matter. And again, with the strong forces, it said without those strong forces, atoms would just fly apart and matter wouldn't exist as we know it. There'd be no planets, no stars, a lot of nothing. Because the forces that keep them together wouldn't be keeping them together. And it's interesting because I think even last time there was the energy of a catalyst that's been kind of sort of coming in and out, or things that magnetize other things so that they're much more likely to occur or happen or naturally. It's like naturally within the entirety of existence, like two things that need to come together in order for a third thing or whatever to happen. Like if they existed within opposite ends, or even if in our solar system, right? If one thing existed on Earth and the other thing existed on Mars or Venus, our two closest neighbors, like, what's the likelihood that they would even meet? You know, if it's like on a planet, it would have to escape their gravity, make it into space, and then re-enter. If they don't meet in the void of space, re-enter like another gravitational orbit, land on another planet, and then they'd still have the entire surface of that planet to try to come together. And basically, you could say like that's why it's so hard for physical matter to maintain integrity in the astral. It's because there's so much energy that the strong forces are overcome, right? It's like when you heat something up, you're like adding. I feel like maybe I should just like attempt a Sagittarius reading one day because there's too much science trying to float through my brain. But hey, I'm in the market for work, and I'm definitely open to adding some more science using my knowledge as I build more. Um, it's like when you heat something up, you increase its vibrational, kinetic, rotational, whatever energy, right? Which is enough. Like when you go from solid to liquid to gas, you have enough. Like the things are vibrating fast enough that they can kind of sort of like break. It's like they vibrate out of stagnation, right? And if you add enough energy, imagine like a string that is holding two things together and you just shake it so violently that they like snap the string and now they're just like flying off wherever, right? That's roughly what happens as you go from solid to liquid to gas. The tight structures that keep everything together are like broken, and now the atoms and the molecules are just slipping and sliding and going wherever. So it's like in the deep astral, there's so much energy that things just naturally break. It's like it's hard to maintain form. And I guess maybe that is the super, what was it? The vast chaotic energy within the super void. Like it's just a vast amount of energy. For anything that is structured, it would lose all structure because it's either bombarded with high energy electrons or whatever that just like it's like asteroids that just like take chunks off of planets or whatever, um, or it just enters a space that has so much energy it just like shakes and falls apart. Anyway, it feels like that is what this Eight of Pentacles, this like grounded, landed, dimensional vessel, so that it can transverse the deep astral is, or the super void. I don't know if I need to go live more. No, I don't. I was gonna say I don't know if I need to go live more. There's just like so many questions that like have been raised and so many different like pathways I wish I could like attempt. And I still have literally the entire booster pack because that was only the token. Has so many cards. And it's been an hour and I've only pulled one. Um, but now that I'm looking at Turiel and Fanuel again, there's almost in my mind like there's something of great power. You could say it's just like this is a something that crossed my mind that I may not pull cards on to see where that thread goes. Um, and then my brain just went somewhere else. It's almost like there's something of great power that pick a deadly sin, one of the seven, that like draws on those. It feels more like greed is low hanging fruit. Um, I guess regardless of what one of the seven is, greed would be the thing that pulls towards it. But greed and like a need to possess something, right? So even if greed isn't one of someone's seven of weakness, right? Like let's say someone is more, I don't want to say amenable because that's weird, susceptible. Let's say someone is like more susceptible to wrath, right? They're not necessarily greedy, but if something presents itself as of great value or as capable of like bestowing great power, then to the one that is susceptible to wrath, that thing would help them better exert their wrath upon the world, right? And so like they would still fall prey to greed to get the thing so that they can do whatever. And it doesn't even necessarily have to be one of the seven. um but it's like there's this thing that corrupts the nature of people that is unclaimed, that is protected yet unclaimed, right? Turiel, the angel of the mountain, is the one that protects it so that no one can like fully claim it. But the presence of the thing, it warps and it twists and it distorts the nature of others around it. But once it's properly claimed, then its influence on the external world diminishes. And so it's like people come back to their senses. Like when it's not claimed, that influence bleeds out into the world. I almost want to say the universe. When it's unclaimed, the influence bleeds out into the world because it's just stationary. Like something radioactive, right? You got a radioactive plutonium, Pluto, sure. And if it's not contained, it's just like bleeding into the environment. Like people are getting sick, the trees are getting weird, animals are starting to grow extra appendages and heads and whatever else. Radioactive spiders are coming into existence and creating spider people all over the world. Hulks are just soaking in this radiation. But when it's like claimed, then it's like all of that is properly contained. So it doesn't bleed out into the world anymore. Like it feels like that's kind of this interaction between Vanuel and Turiel. But only whatever the criteria is can claim the thing. So as much as the guardian of it would like to eliminate its influence on the environment, it's like it can't because it can't remove it. The thing about the Angel of the Night, the thing that sticks out in my mind the most is um, for everything we see, there are 1,000 things left unseen. What you are witnessing is only ever a small glimmer of what is truly there. Anyway, I don't know if the robot is in the lander. There's some kind of coordination between the robot and the lander. What? There's like a flashlight coming off of the wrist of this robot. Excuse me. That makes me think of both Neptune and the What Unknown Alchemy when it's like pressing its hands together, and then off of the side we see like a beam of light shooting out. But also maybe the Reaper and the SKT. Am I gonna pull every single deck I own? We'll go for this one. We've actually seen the Reaper recently, and it was on this side. So it was when, because I was doing some kind of distillation or whatever. When the two things were separated, it was like the Reaper passage to initiation and another card that I don't remember. Because I looked before and after Temperance. It gives the Reaper because in the Reaper, the light opens up to the right. I'm still on the first card. Oh well. Reaper, where are you? It wasn't the final card, was it? Here it is. In between Justice and the Blind Seer. Both of them are blindfolded, interestingly. Interestingly. Excuse me. Oh, it's the opposite. But that's on New World Order. I don't think. The Reaper is in between the Chancellor, Angel of Justice, and the Blind Seer. Two of Swords. Sure, why not? Put them on the table. Maybe they're relevant. I feel like every time I put cards away, I end up regretting it. Now, I'm pretty sure I didn't see New World Order because I would have been like, oh. I did see the Angel. New World Order is in between the Shining Quarry and the Archangel of Healing. Shining Quarry is the Knight of Pentacles. The Knight of Pentacles was the card that we saw that defied question mark the procession of death. And just like the Eight of Pentacles, it was because of someone's individual efforts that instead of things falling into decay around them, they were actually like growing. And I did mistakenly go looking for the Reaper, so we had that combination. See, but it's different. Maybe if I hold it like that. Kind of, sort of, not really. That's in reverse. Well, if I hold the Reaper in reverse, then I'm sure it would look like that too, wouldn't it? See, but here it goes up. In New World Order, it comes down. So maybe it's like a Reaper in reverse. Yeah, it's like a Reaper in reverse. Or mostly reverse. Anyway, don't get lost in the paltry details. Paltry is the word I want, right? Yeah. This is also giving me an energy of holy ground. Anyway, let's finally, an hour and 10 minutes in, get into this. The first card is land. It's an island. It's a very weird island. It's weird because now this could be on a planet where it's like, or maybe Jupiter. I think it's Jupiter. Excuse me, where there's a lot of like storms or whatever. Also, high key, like, you know, kind of a little bit, kind of a little bit, with like the pinnacles and then those being like circular. It's interesting that these are islands, but they don't. It feels like it's an island by nature, more so than it being an island in appearance or the way we recognize it. It's an island because it is a body of something amidst a sea or an ocean of other things, but not necessarily because it's like a landmass, a relatively small, I guess, landmass in the middle of a greater amount of like water. So remember, I was like literally just saying it's like a sacred, I forget the word, holy ground, sacred lands. This lander, it's like in the middle of whatever this chaos is, it's able to call up. You could say it's like an eye in the storm. And on that holy ground, other influences are diminished. In this case, it would be like areas where the strong forces can do their thing without impediment by greater forces, right? Because with the strong force, with like making it through the super void, there has to be something like a channel, a vessel, a container for all of that extra energy to go, so that matter doesn't like fall apart. You know what I mean? Let's just keep going. And I do eventually want to finish this. We have Mechon Shieldmate, which is a robot soldier. It's a defender. As long as an artifact entered the battlefield under your control this turn, this creature can attack as though it didn't have defender. I don't know what defender does, but maybe it means it can only block. Do not mistake a preference for peace for an inability to fight. Woo! And it's like shiny. Do not mistake a preference for peace for an inability to fight. Then a pinnacle envoy. That is so interesting. It's a pinnacle envoy, not a pentacle envoy. Pinnacle envoy, but we have pentacles again here in this card. And these sort of representing these islands or places where like physical matter can exist within the chaotic super void or just in general, inside or outside of the super void, they are, I don't have words to put to it besides like holy ground. Like the ground is so consecrated that even if like there was significant damage to an area, it's like that area would be untouched, right? It's like pick a sci-fi, fantasy, whatever, and someone puts up a barrier spell, and there's like some massive destruction, but the area that the barrier spell was raised against is like still standing. So it's helpful for transversing the void because it holds its integrity. But, and again, in context to like the audiobook I was listening to, although there is an ability to maintain integrity, there isn't necessarily a motive force. So it's like it wouldn't go anywhere, basically. And if you're moving or traveling, you kind of sort of like need it to move. It's like having a car, but just sitting in it because it doesn't have any gas, it doesn't have any fuel, or like it doesn't have wheels. Like the motive force, like being inside of the car, affords you protection from the elements, but without a motive force, you don't go anywhere. Anyway, do not mistake a preference for peace for an inability to fight. Where are we going with this? Next, we have Exalted Sunborn, which is an angel wizard. Okay, love that. No flavor text here, doesn't look like. It has flying and lifelink. If one or more tokens would be created under your control, twice that many of those tokens are created instead. So you can pay a mana cost to cast this card from your hand. So you can cast it for its warp cost. Exile this creature at the beginning of the next end step. Then you may cast it from exile on a later turn. So if you warp it in, it costs significantly less energy, but it only lasts for a turn. But in that turn, you can get twice as many tokens, right? So, for example, if you were going to generate one lander, you could instead generate two. I didn't necessarily expect this. I think that's one thing, too, with me utilizing so freely um, different things that I like read or that come across my awareness or whatever. It's like picking the relevant bits, attempting, trying to pick the relevant bits and leaving the rest. The first time, not even the first time, I don't know if that's necessarily relevant. Angel Wizard is an interesting combination. Actually, in this other show, anime that I'm watching right now, there is basically like an Angel Wizard. Uh, well, there's an angel, but he uses divine magic or divine sorcery. So, like, he's not a wizard, but Exalted Sunborn. So, from its exile, there's something about this that is able to interfere for a lesser cost. This brings to mind, it was another booster pack, Magic the Gathering cards, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it was. It was the one with the dragons, Dragonflight. Um, and it was like someone was like bonded to the dragon, and someone else was able to like summon or call upon the power of the dragon. And with the bond to the dragon, it gives a level of like permanence, but the summoners could like summon the dragon does its thing, and then the dragon is gone. It can, for a lesser cost, warp onto the field and do whatever, but then it goes into exile. You can, however, pay its full cost to summon it from exile. So even if you were to like, it's not necessarily like short term versus long term. It goes beyond just something short term versus long term. Um, it feels like it's degrees of power, right? And maybe that is degrees of power that is um, at least related to accumulation, right? So let's say when this exalted sunborn or this angelic energy, divine sorcery, whatever, this could even be like a metaphor for manifesting, right? Where it's like you hold a certain intention or vibration, the longer you hold it, the more it's like if a intention is a vessel or a container, the longer you hold thoughts, feelings, decisions, actions in alignment with that intention, it fills the container. And then you can use that to influence your life in some way or the world in some way, right? And so, of course, it's like the longer you hold that intention, the more energy goes into the container, the more, like, the larger the scale or the deeper the impact it can hold or make. And so, if you like warp it in and it only lasts until the next turn, or if it only lasts like a night or a few hours, a day, a few days, a season, it's like it's going to have what it can do is going to pale into pale in comparison to like what it would be able to do if it were held long term, right? It's almost like, let's say you're working at a company or whatever, and something is happening and you need a specialist, right? Let's say it's the end of the fiscal year and you need someone to like make sure your books are balanced before you submit whatever for some kind of audit or evaluation or whatever, right? So you hire like a third party to check and make sure that before the big audit, before the big evaluation, before the legit stuff, that you're in good standing and you're going to do fairly well, right? So now you have this one opportunity to try to make sure it's done right versus if you trained your staff or if you hired on someone more permanently that made sure things like stayed up to date, right? So now instead of like a week to like a month before the big audit, you're consistently in compliance. You're consistently making sure that you're audit ready or whatever, so that by the time it comes, like you're already ready. I feel like I don't know if the metaphor went where I necessarily needed it to go, but like that's kind of the energy. Um, or if you're baking something, right? It's the difference between setting the oven to 375 and baking something for 1 minute versus like the 20 minutes that it needs to fully bake. Right. And then you can go like, oh, well, instead of 375 for 20 minutes, maybe I'll crank it up to like 500 for 2 minutes. Like theoretically, it gets the same amount of heat in less time. It should be good, but like when it's that hot, it's gonna burn. It doesn't matter if it's 1 second or like because we're talking about the void, like that would overtax. It would like it would be too much energy. Things would like fall apart. Anyway, it's just like there's a benefit to paying the full cost and permanently having this exalted sunborn rather than warping it in and then exhausting it. But obviously, if you don't like, if you don't have the energy or if you need to conserve, then you do what you got to do, right? Next, we have Ilvoy Infiltrator or Ilvois, is it French? Which is a jellyfish rogue. This creature can't be blocked if you've cast two or more spells this turn. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. So Cloud Kill agents slip in and out like a breeze. Oof. We getting all kinds of creatures this time. Jellyfish, rogues, angel wizards, robots. This is all so far water and light. Even the island is water. The robot was water. The angel is light or basic. I call it light. And the jellyfish is water. Obviously, this is like Seven of Swords energy because it's a rogue. Let's draw another one. Cloud kill agents slip in and out like a breeze. I feel like I don't have any context to this yet. I mean, what immediately comes to mind is um, seals, like vacuum seals, needing for something to be airtight. The jellyfish, because of its amorphous nature, it can, like through the smallest crack, it can get in, infiltrate, and do its business. Next is Ruinous Rampage. Now we get some fire. So you can either deal 3 damage to each opponent with Ruinous Rampage, or you can exile all artifacts with mana values 3 or less. Cav Battle Rhetoric teaches that there are no malfunctions on the battlefield, just equipment that need to be utilized differently. I feel like we just like since the jellyfish came in. I mean, it is a new row. The first 4 cards are on run one on the first row. I'm starting a new row here. I feel like we just went like somewhere completely different. I feel like now we're in the conflict, whereas before we were kind of navigating the super void. And maybe that's the case. Again, it's a new line of cards. Maybe this details the conflict. Um, excuse me. Mana values. Oh, artifacts. Okay. This is an artifact creature. The Makan Shieldmate. Would it have a mana value of 1? Or would it have a mana value of 2? I like barely. I think, anyway, you would be able to exile this from the battlefield with that ruinous rampage. Even if it was a whole army of these, you would be able to exile all of them because it exiles all artifacts with mana values 3 or less. Do not mistake a preference for peace for an inability to fight. I wonder with the Jade Sentinels, I'm pretty sure those were artifacts. I wonder what their mana value is. Because again, they have that role of defender or protector. There's in my mind, there's a distinction between defenders and protectors. Like two things that serve mostly the same role, but they have like minor differences. They would be analogs to one another, but they aren't necessarily the same. I guess we'll just get another one. Actually, I'm gonna look this up real quick. Magic the Gathering mana value. Number determined by the total amount of mana and its mana cost. So it is the total. Can I get an example? Okay, yeah, these have mana values of 3. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, yes, yes. So yeah, it is like both. You combine them. So it has a mana value of 2. Or it could deal 3 damage to each opponent. Cool. So if the Jellyfish Rogue is one thing, the Jellyfish Rogue would almost be something like don't throw rocks at glass houses, let he who is without sin cast the first stone, or something like that. But it's like kind of like the double-edged sword of Samikio, Angel of Vengeance. Justice rules, and all, like, when we call injustice, everyone is under scrutiny. Like major arcana justice, like everyone's under scrutiny. It's not just the accused. Um, but it's more like how easy it can be for us to slip on slippery slopes, slip down slippery slopes, especially. Right. Like, let's say that in our heads, we have it where whatever we're doing is right for whatever reason. And we feel so justified in what we do that we don't necessarily consider how our actions impact and affect other people because we feel valid, vindicated, and right. Within our own minds, we can almost explain anything and we become blind. I almost want to say we become morally blind. Um, and it's just the result of, again, of like us just being so far in our own whatever that we don't see what we don't really see what we're doing or like who we're doing it to. And it becomes easy to go too far or to wrong the wrong person, especially if we're consumed with wronging the right people. And so that becomes like the cracks that the jellyfish rogue can like get in. And now we've done something that we can't undo. And someone else's justice is for us to whatever. There's that. With the ruinous rampage, where it says there is no broken equipment. Cav battle rhetoric teaches that there are no malfunctions on the battlefield, just equipment that need to be utilized differently. It's like a space blaster or a cannon, and like it jams up or you run out of ammo and still use it as a bludgeoning weapon. Ooh, girl. Of not use of their today, especially. It's like I had the thought, but it's almost like twisted logic. It's when we start to go into like fallacies, but it's at a point where like someone is so passionate about something that they become blind. I guess it's a different kind of moral blindness. Um, this one more so like the intentional misuse of certain things to cause as much harm as possible, right? Because whatever the equipment is or was, like it, if it's used in battle, it's meant to probably do some kind of harm. If it malfunctions, then this is a thinking that like even if you can't properly use it anymore, you can still use it as a weapon. So it could be something that wasn't intended to be used as a weapon, right? Let's say like someone has a healing chamber and like you put somebody in the healing chamber and it does its healing chamber thing and they get better, right? But according to Cav battle rhetoric, it's like, well, that healing chamber, you can throw it at somebody and it could be used as a weapon, you know? Like when in the superhero movies, when people start throwing like cars and buses and buildings and stuff like that. It's like that. Things that could be used like positively, beneficially, instead they become used as a weapon in an almost like battle frenzy. Again, it's like to cause as much damage and harm as possible. Next, we have Eumidian Terrabotanist. Landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, you gain one life. This is an insect druid. To plant the seeds of the other is to cultivate the self. A Eumidian aphorism. Now like as we get into the battle of this, we're seeing like all of the different elements, right? Water, fire, earth. To plant the seeds of the other is to cultivate the self. I mean, maybe my it's like the connotation with like terraforming that it's kind of like I guess terraforming doesn't always have to be bad, especially if in terraformation you like bring life back to an area, right? let's say that the planet Mercury or even Venus has become barren, like the whole planet, and it used to hold life, and so you could terraform a desert to bring life back to a barren wasteland, right? The connotation is usually like someone is terraforming something so the environment better suits their goals, which is like not great for the locals. You know what I mean? This I would have to contemplate this Eumidian aphorism, or is it Omidian, like Euler, Euler? To plant the seeds of the other is to cultivate the self. I don't. Maybe it's just the train that we've been. Again, it seems like this is the line of conflict with these alien races. What did it say? Wage war with alien factions. There you go. Feels like the conflict with the alien factions, whereas the other one was kind of mostly geared towards navigating the super void. Um, like I can't get the image of a praying mantis. I think after they mate, they like rip the heads off of their lovers, right? So it's the Terra and Terrabotness, like with the connotation of terraforming. It's knowing that praying mantises like rip the heads off of their lovers. I'm pretty sure. There's something like I saw Vinny, the skit guy. He did a. It was like a cuckoo on Mother's Day, and how like they lay their eggs in the nests of like different birds, and their babies like apparently like push out the children so that the other birds end up taking care of like the baby cuckoo. I have some tarot decks. I'm not necessarily going to use it now, especially like now that we're into it. Maybe it isn't what it is. We'll go with the next card and see. I don't know. Insect Druid. The next card is Reroute Systems. Choose one. Target artifact or creature gains indestructible until end of turn, or it can deal 2 damage to target tapped creature. It can either make something indestructible, or it can deal damage to something that's already acted because you tap something after you like use it. What I love about reroute systems here is that we've kind of seen with the Ilvoy Infiltrator and with Ruinous Rampage, they both have evoked a sort of moral blindness. Meaning, you could say it's like they have the capability to pervert the purpose of something. And the perversion of purpose being like something that was meant to heal is instead being used to destroy. It's like reroute systems can do the same thing, but it can flip that polarity. Either it flips the polarity on something that is like it's either used to like flip a polarity or to restore a polarity, basically, to unflip it. which makes this the Terra botanist still kind of elusive. Maybe it doesn't have to be though. The Humidian Terra botanist could be um, an influence that is against the war. Like if this battle for the fate of the dying star that spans multiple planets, it's almost like um, let's say the same is happening over the sun for some reason, right? Let's say our solar system is invaded by alien forces that are battling for the sun because they're looking for some gas to power whatever. And like Earth gets caught up in it. We, as far as I know, when it comes to intergalactic warfare and intergalactic interdimensional travel, maybe folks are doing it, girl, and we just don't know. Maybe they've been doing it for centuries and we ain't known. Um, it would appear that we would be like no competition. You know what I mean? Because it's like, girl, we're still trying to get to Mars. Hello. So it's almost like collateral. Like there are things and people that get caught up in this battle that have no real way to like defend themselves or compete or interest in the prize or whatever. So then this Eumidian Terrabotanist is like a aid relief organization that comes and help the people who are just like caught up in it. And so they are like truly planting the seeds of others. To plant the seeds of others is to cultivate the self, right? So like let's say that a grove, a forest of trees are like a forest of trees is leveled, destroyed, whatever. They would plant the seeds of the trees that like belong there rather than them planting like the seeds of the trees that are native to their planet, right? And maybe that's where I was struggling with the connotation of like terraforming with these terra botanists. Um, they don't plant because again, like every ecosystem is different or it may have its own quirks. So in an effort to regreen a space, it may not help the local flora, fauna ecosystem to plant species that are non native, right? It's like it would be more beneficial to plant native species to restore the balance. It's kind of like that's how you end up with like, speaking of the cuckoo, right? You get like these invasive species that outcompete what is natural to the environment, and now there's a whole mess. And that kind of plays into that, like, for everything we see, there's a thousand things left unseen. We may think that we're doing good by something or someone, by like contributing whatever. Right. It's almost like and maybe this happened for a long time medically. It's almost like someone suffers some kind of like organ damage and like someone else serves as an organ donor. But if they're not compatible, their body is going to attack that organ. And depending on how that organ interacts with like the bloodstream or other vital systems, like if the body recognizes it as a like foreign contaminant or whatever and tries to eliminate it, like let's say it's associated with the blood, Now the blood is being attacked all over the body, which could cause more damage than just like the absence of the organ itself. You know what I mean? So that's why the Omidian plants the seeds of others. They plant the seeds of what is natural. Because of all of those thousands and thousands of things that remain unseen, right? It's like the Omidian have been in the business of healing long enough to know that it's not always beneficial to introduce uh, foreign invasive um, implements, instruments. What's the word? Not mechanisms or machinations. Uh, Whatever. Because again, like, let's say that there's something about that plant that is like toxic to the native fauna, and now it's like killing all the animals that were there, right? Like, think of all of the things that like cats and dogs aren't supposed to like eat because it's toxic for them. And then it's like you go and you get a bunch of lilies or whatever because someone's flower garden was like destroyed, and you think that lilies are really really pretty, and they have like a bunch of cats, and the cats, like, they used to grow cat friendly flowers, but now you bring in something toxic and now like their cats are dying and they don't know why. And they're like, these flowers that you planted, like, what were they? And you're like, oh, they were lilies because they're like pretty and they're gorgeous. And I'm like, they were lilies? Like, cats aren't supposed to have lilies, girl. That's why my cats are like going through it. And you're like, oh, I didn't know. It is kind of like, and I even know, I remember recently, like, the platinum rule versus the golden rule came out. I don't remember the context, but I remember it came out. The golden rule is treat others how you wish to be treated. The platinum rule is treat others how they wish to be treated, because we're all different and we don't necessarily appreciate or need or want the same things. So that's the Omidian Terrabotanus. It reclaims land in a way that is natural with that terraforming, rather than it reclaiming land, or rather than it claiming land in a way that is beneficial for its own species or its own purpose or agenda, right? Reroute systems is meaning like, just as things can be used to do ill, so too can that which has been used to do ill be used to do good. Next, we have drill too deep. Choose one. Put 5 charge counters on target spacecraft or planet you control, or you can destroy a target artifact. The rapacious? What does that mean? The rapacious appetite that ended their world became the only means by which the Cav could lift their civilization from it. So here we go with the Cav again. The ruinous rampage. Now we got drill too deep. See, this is that kind of terraforming where it's like, yeah, we completely destroyed our own planet, and now we've come to destroy yours because we didn't learn our lesson the first time. I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna look that word up. Hey Google. Hey Google. Maybe define rapacious.
According to Merriam-Webster, 1. Excessively grasping or covetous. 2. Living on prey.
I was kind of hoping you would like say the word too, but it's fine. Excessively grasping or covetous. Oh, yeah, yeah. Excessively grasping or covetous. That was Turiel, Angel of the Mountain. It's interesting that we have the Angel of the Mountain and like drill too deep. Right. Here I remain under a mountain made of many hands, all reaching and all taking. I press my body closer to that which I must keep. It is mine, and I will shield it from the misery of other hands. I can feel their gaze fall on it like an avalanche. Their greed feeds my convictions, so here I remain. Right? Their gaze falling on something like an avalanche, their greed feeding the convictions of Turiel. It's that rapacious sort of appetite, that covetous, just too muchness entered their world, became the only means by which the Cav could lift their civilization from it. Yeah. So again, it's that whole like they destroyed their own world, but now they seek other worlds to keep their civilization like running. I feel like there's a metaphor in there. Metaphor is a strong word. There's a conundrum in there. There's an interesting, right? Like if we do something or pursue something to the point where it brings ruin or destruction, a deep unhappiness or whatever, severe lack of fulfillment, why do we think more will lead to anything different? Right? It's like a trigger warning, right? Let's say there's a trigger warning that we are like consumed by, and our life kind of falls apart because of it. But somehow we convince ourselves, or somehow we think, or we believe that if we trigger warning enough, then everything will get better. But it's like the thing, the same thing that caused everything to like go bad in the first place. There's an interesting question posed here. And I guess it's just a question. Um, with Drill Too Deep, it's like something has gone beyond the point of no return. It's just like lost now. And so I guess the interesting question, especially immediately coming off of reroute systems, where that which has been used for ill, maybe misused for ill, can be used for good, are there things that like simply can't? Are there things, systems that are beyond saving? Things that are so perfectly engineered for the atrocity that they commit and bring that it would be too significant of a cost or too significant of an investment for it to do anything but destroy or cause misery, wreak havoc. Because it's almost like at the point where we think that more dug for us, it's like at that point we're so committed that I don't know. I believe that there are evils that exist either through creation or generation, through nature or nurture. I believe that there are evils that exist that within whatever systems, or it's just like it's not going to be anything but what it was. Maybe for some people, there are losses that are too great to ever come back from. And so they are like forever on a path of vengeance, even with the full recognition and realization that no amount of wrongdoing could ever make something right, or like ever bring something or someone back, or you know what I mean. Not to say that people don't have changes of hearts, because I believe that hearts and minds can change, but at some point they also have to want to, or be open to at the very least. Oof. A little grim, but new line, and we're starting with nutrient block. An artifact food, indestructible. Whoa, this nutrient block is inherently indestructible. So you can sacrifice this artifact to gain 3 life, and when it's put into the graveyard from the battlefield, you draw a card. What flavor do you want, Sam? Bland, dense, or vanilla? Tanrook or Tanuk? It's a quote. Nutrient block is interesting, especially after Drill Too Deep, after the question of when something may be too far gone. And the nutrient block, it feels like it blocks nutrients, right? Rather than it being a block of nutrients, like something that's bland, maybe flavorless, maybe tastes awful, but it gives you all of the important vitamins and nutrients that you need, right? Rather than a block of nutrients that is something akin to like a supplement. Um, it blocks nutrients, like it blocks the body's ability to digest and uptake and integrate whatever vitamins or nutrients are like consumed. And again, coming off of the some things may be just too far gone. Um, Maybe it's for a time, right? Where time is the only thing that will one day restore something. Um, if you go off of half lives, right? It's like it'll take 100 years for the concentration of whatever in the soil to diminish enough for it to be suitable for growing anything edible or sustainable, something that's not weird and like also toxic. Um, and in that time, it's like there's a new, like, time is literally the only thing. And that's without further transgression. What is the word? Why? Not what is the word? Why that word? Without further incident. Like if you're constantly exposing something to like radiation, for example, then it's like it doesn't matter how long the half life of whatever is because it's constantly building. But yeah, with the nutrient block, it's like it's just not in a position to it can't, like, it's not picking up any nutrients. It just isn't. How many cards do we have left? Four after this one. Slag Drill Scrapper. So you can sacrifice another artifact or land to draw a card with this artifact Robot Scout. Who cares if it rips the asteroid apart? We got what we needed. Of course, it's another Cav. Of course, it's a Cav. I feel like I don't even know these alien factions, and I feel like these cards are trying to make me like racist or something. Oh gosh. I'm sorry. I apologize. But from what I've seen in these cards of the Cav, battle rhetoric, and approach to civilization, I'm not surprised. Who cares if it rips the asteroid apart? We got what we needed. And again, this off of the drill too deep. The rapacious appetite that ended their world became the only means by which the Cav could lift their civilization from it. I would say the Omidians are antagon. The Omidians are antagonistic to the Cav from the extremely the one card I've seen versus the three with Cav flavor text. And Cav is fire, Omidian is earth, life giving versus the not that fire is only capable of destruction. It's low hanging fruit. Okay, I make what I can of what they give me, and it's funny because I saw on the internet, and of course there's a degree of truth to it. It's like you're not responsible for the version of you that lives in other people's hands. And while that is partially true, it is also true that like our actions, our words, our behaviors, especially the ones that affect other people, can inform how they see us. And sometimes that is true. And yeah, we're responsible for that, right? Like if you're only ever cruel or mean to someone, and so they see you as someone who was cruel and mean, how are you not responsible for them having that like image of you in their head? That image of you is like you're entirely responsible for that. You know what I mean? Okay, maybe entirely is strong, but at the very least partially like responsible. And you're like, what are you talking about? Like, but it's almost also kind of given because I've been seeing quite a bit of reels on Instagram lately of like some girl, it's usually a lady, and they'll be like me with the person that I'm having like that I have a crush on, and they're like, ew, like don't look at me, don't talk to me, like what are you doing? It's like they're acting in ways that you wouldn't read that they like you because they act like they're so like offended by your presence and disgusted by you. And of course, I'm assuming it's meant to be like relatable. And when I see it, I'm like, haha, lol. But within this context, it's like that would be where like even if someone is mean to someone, they're like, oh, but like I like you. And you're like, if you like me, why are you mean to me? Like, why do you always act like my very presence like disgusts you? Now that's like a, whatever someone else is going through, like that's a them thing. But anyway, I feel like I'm getting too deep into it. The it was an acknowledgement of like yes, and also like because we go through our own things, we project onto other people, and like those projections we're not responsible for, of course. If someone thinks that like we think that we're better than them because they look at us and think that we have our lives figured out, then like that's a them thing, right? Like if the way that someone carries themselves triggers someone else's insecurities or whatever, Now that is on that person. And it's not like who's right versus who's wrong. It's just what we all have to work through. You know what I mean? But in the case of like someone having a certain opinion or viewpoint of us because of how we act and how we conduct ourselves, then it's like, yeah, we're at least partially responsible for that. So, anyway, back to the slag drill scrapper. Who cares if it rips the asteroid apart? We got what we needed via the Cav Moxite Baron. Assuming Moxite is one of the things that they drill for, one of the things that they destroyed their own planet for, which is also interesting because the audiobook series that I finished, there's a mineral and a resource that is incredibly powerful. It's like the purest form of raw mana in like the densest sort of way. It's like dense, thick, pure mana. And you can use it for all kinds of power, girl. But it's like the underpinning of reality. So if you remove it, reality literally falls apart, and then like an entire universe within the scope of multiverses, an entire universe like ceases to exist. Like with those strong forces, right? Because the strong forces are no longer in play. There's nothing to ground the energy and to keep it from just being another part of the deep astral where it's all energy and no form. Anyway, like that's what they were fighting over. The thing that was like literally keeping their dying world together. And they're trying to get as much as they can to get more powerful. And it's like, okay, well, sure, you want to be more powerful. You want to be the most powerful, but what good does that do you if you cease to exist with the rest of your reality? You know? Anyway, what's the next card? We have Sammy's Curiosity, which is a sorcery. You gain 2 life. Create a lander token. Here we go with the landers. So Tanuk's gut warned of danger, but Sammy forged ahead without heed. We saw Tanuk. Tanuk is the one that said, "What flavor do you want?" Oh, Sammy. I said Sam. There's an I there. What flavor do you want, Sammy? Bland, dense, or vanilla? Oof, I don't like this. Because of what the nutrient block was, it feels like the danger that Tanuk's gut warned them of, that Sammy forged ahead without heed of. It's like it ended in some kind of disaster. I'm assuming for Sammy, which is why the nutrient block is there now. Your Jiminy Cricket, your conscience will try to tell you when you're in danger of going too far. Like before we cross those lines that we can't come back from, I'm assuming there's something that tells us. And we make the choice and decision to heed it or not. Maybe not all of us, right? because I don't know everybody's lives or stories or makeup or anyone's, honestly. But the voice is like, maybe this is too much. Maybe this is too far. Maybe I shouldn't do this. And when it comes to moral blindness, like, especially after that point, if we can ignore that voice or convince ourselves and like take things too far, what else will there be internally that can stop us? Now, if we have a moment of clarity afterwards, then yeah. Um, but if not, then it's like it comes to external forces. Anyway, Sammy's curiosity. But Sammy was curious, right? What happened to Sammy wasn't out of ill intent, which maybe in and of itself is another sort of message of like it doesn't always have to be ill intent. It doesn't always have to be something like extreme. Like sometimes our curiosity, something that seems as innocent as curiosity, sometimes can lead us to our own undoing in some way or another. Like in a better context, especially because of Cav battle rhetoric. Um, and even with the Chernobyl of it all, um, like let's say that there's a scientific curiosity that someone has, but that ends up being used for a different purpose. For one that is like maybe someone sees the destructive potential in something. And for everything seen, there are 1,000 things unseen, right? Um, and it's like rather than something being used for the good that like Sammy's curiosity intended, it becomes a weapon of like great and terrible destruction. And like now that weighs on like Sammy's consciousness. It weighs on Sammy's heart and on Sammy's mind, and it grinds Sammy's soul, spirit to maybe dust because it's like Sammy would have never intended for something to be used in a way that the in a way that it was used. I don't have to say in the way that the Cav used it, but it's like literally Cav battle rhetoric again with like the healing bay. But now, let's say instead of healing people, the Cav have re-engineered it to make people sick or to turn people into zombies or whatever, right? Like what was meant to heal and deeply restore people on like maybe like a molecular cellular level is now being used to twist them into strange whatevers of inhuman design. And Sammy's just like I never intended for what I created to heal to be used to twist people into monstrosities, right? And now in Sammy's despair, Tanuk is like trying to feed them with the nutrient block, and it's just like I'm sure throughout history there are pioneers, inventors, geniuses who intended much greatness and progress and advancement whose work ended up being used for great harm and destruction. And I'm not sure how they all handle that, right? So now this is an interesting um, addendum to moral blindness where we can be blind to the motivations of others, right? Especially when it comes to something like curiosity, where it's like, I just got to know, right? Or when it comes to like passion, the passion of like doing a great service or whatever. It's like the person doesn't even think about how it can be used in any other way besides like this will be like advanced healthcare and whatever in so many like amazing ways. Like the world is going to get so much better and life is going to be like amazing for so many people the world over. But again, like blind to the ambitions and morality of others to do things that like Sammy would never even consider. What is this? Where are we going? Next, we have the Ilvoy Light Jammer, which is an artifact equipment and it has flash. When this equipment enters, attach it to target creature you control. That creature gains hexproof until end of turn. It can't be the target of spells or abilities your opponents control. And the equipped creature also gets one power, two toughness, and it has an equip cost of 3 mana. Now, here's the Ilvoy Light Jammer. The Ilvoy Infiltrator was the Jellyfish Rogue. Light Jammer is interesting, especially off of the whole. It was never Sammy's intention for something to be used in a certain type of way. But with the Light Jammer of that, maybe it's like because it was perverted so perversely or thoroughly, like it can never be seen, or it'll take a very long time for it to be seen as anything but destructive, right? Like the reason why it's fine. When I was in school, I found out, someone told me that MRI machines are like NMRI machines, but they don't call them NMRI machines because of how we feel about, I'm not even going to leave myself open to that because of how we feel about nuclear energy, right? And the way like there's a very good reason why nuclear energy and like radiation and stuff is viewed the way that it is because we've seen its destructive potential and capabilities, and it's on the level of like ways that the world could end. I watched the interview with Jinx Monsoon, Z Way's interview with Jinx Monsoon, and like nuclear apocalypse, right? But like now, everything like positive and beneficial that can be done with nuclear energy is like forever tainted because of that. And again, there's a good reason why we are as wary of it as we are. But yeah, I'm pretty sure NMRI machines is like nuclear magnetic resonance. What is it? MRI magnetic resonance imaging or something like that. Magnetic resonance imaging, but it's like nuclear magnetic resonance imaging. But because of they just they don't say nuclear because for good reason, to avoid the misconception or that connotation. But like with the light jamming, especially because this was a rogue, right? And the thing about the rogue was it was a moral blindness that comes to be when we are doing what we think is right, to the point where we can slip into like punishing people that don't deserve it. right? And like just grounding that, like let's say that we were hurt or betrayed by someone that we trusted deeply in the past. And because of that, we refuse to get close to anybody else in the future. Now there are people that come into our lives that could be where we could have like amazing relationships or connections with, but because we were hurt and betrayed by someone else, now this interaction, this person, this relationship has to pay a price that they had no part in charging in the first place. Right. But morally, like we feel right. We feel absolutely 100% valid in that because we were hurt. And it doesn't matter if we were hurt by the person standing in front of us or not. Obviously, this would more so be like it wouldn't be moral blindness if we were correctly identifying a person, company, entity, energy that we shouldn't interact with. It's only moral blindness. I mean, you could say it's blindness because of its blanket application, sure. But the connotation of it being a moral blindness is that, like, it's something given to, charged upon someone, something that doesn't deserve it. And the light jamming, just like the nutrient block, it's like it prevents, like, the nutrient block can prevent a body's ability to uptake nutrients. The light jamming prevents the light from doing whatever the light is supposed to do. But calf battle rhetoric says that even if the light is jammed, you can still use it as a weapon. Next is the starfighter pilot, a human. We have a human pilot. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, surveil one. That means you can look at the top card of your library and put it into your graveyard if you don't like it. Bright Star 1 to Flight Com. Scopes are clear. The stars are yours. What does that mean? Scopes are clear. The stars are yours. Well, I would assume that means someone can like take off, right? Like you are clear for takeoff, right? Everything's looking good. I'm assuming. Mm, I'm just gonna flip the last card. Why not? It is Dark Endurance. This spell costs one mana less to cast if it targets a blocking creature. Target creature gets +2/+0 and gains indestructible until end of turn. Damage and effects that say destroy don't destroy it. One last chance, make it count. Yeah. And it's interesting that this is an equal effort between the light and the dark, between the Starfighter pilot and Dark Endurance. Scopes are clear, you're free to take the stars. And one last chance, make it count. Do we have all of the elements? Water, light, fire, earth, and dark. Swamp. I'm pretty sure that's all five. Black, white, green, red, blue. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there are only five. It's interesting that Dark Endurance is the last one. Interesting why. I don't know. Also, So this takes me back to the top of the reading, which is fair because the first row only has 4 cards. The second and the third rows both have 5 cards, and then here's an extra card. So because the first row is short 1 card and this is an extra card, like yeah, it will go back. Where did that? Is that like an eyelash? Like a tiny little hair, or maybe it's a mustache hair. I don't know. This is braving the abyss, braving the super void, right? That's why it's dark endurance. And you can see it's like moving through space. So then I look back at the exalted sunborn and how you can warp the exalted sunborn in. So obviously, with the following 2 rows sort of being more about like this battle that wages across multiple planets, some of the different civilizations. Um, I don't think I finished the thought earlier when saying like the Omidian are antagonistic to the Cav, but they're not like they are. The Omidian don't necessarily. It's not like they're enemies. It doesn't feel like they're actively combatant with one another. The Omidian seek to restore or bring balance where the Cav bring destruction. And because the Omidian aren't like openly antagonistic to the Cav, and because the Cav are generally concerned with like resource attainment, accruement, like it doesn't feel like the Cav are necessarily combative. It feels like they're more combative by necessity than combative by nature. If the Cav were combative by nature, it's almost like it would read more like they come to kill and sow chaos and destruction. But it's like no, like they're here for the resources, right? If no one bothers them and they can collect the resources in peace, they will collect the resources in peace and just like move on. Depending on the planet, though, whatever resource it is that they're connected collecting, if it killed their own planet, it can probably kill others, and that's where the conflict comes in. Um, but it's like since the Omidian aren't openly hostile to the Cav, they're more so focused on regeneration and revitalizing areas that have been devastated by these drills and super drills or whatever. It's like the Cav don't care that the dead planets stay dead. If anything, the Cav may be like grateful question mark to the Omidian because maybe if a planet recovers well enough, they could come back and collect more resources. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just like their purposes, their functions, because one destroys and the other one heals. Their purposes and functions oppose one another, but again, they're not necessarily actively antagonistic to one another. The Terrabotanists terraform to like restore a natural environment. The Cav destroy to acquire resources. So, I mean, it doesn't necessarily like again like if you're a person on a planet that's being stripped for resources, it's easy to say like who's good and who's bad, right? One is actively destroying the planet, the other one is like actively trying to benefit it. Anyway, when the exalted, it feels like the exalted sunborn can be like warped into these conflicted zones for a reduced mana cost, but again, they don't necessarily maintain an active presence. And after they're warped, they're exiled. To summon them again, you have to pay the full cost. But whatever lies in that super void, it's like it feels like it's an effort that's mostly outside of whatever is going on between the eel void, the cav, and the Omidian. The eel void just seemed kind of opportunistic, honestly. Right? Like the jellyfish, it gets in and out with the light jammer, it whatever. One last chance, make it count. Yeah. Um, the thing with the exalted sunborn, it feels like though when it's warped in, there is another goal that it's working towards that it's pulled away from. Right. So, like for example, let's say that um, the person who's gonna cure cancer, he lives in an area where there is like great hunger and maybe poverty and like other things. So now, instead of like focusing on creating the cure, or instead of having the resources to one day do that, they have to worry about like their base survival, right? So that's almost like the whole like the warping in of the exalted sunborn is like that person having to worry about like their safety and the food that they're going to hopefully eat that day and like all of these other immediate concerns to the point where they can't do what they were born to do. They can't do this great and miraculous thing that will change the world for the better forever because of either other matters or the ill intent of others. Because again, back to Sammy's curiosity and the motivations of others. But it's like if the exalted sunborn, because there's the fight over the dying star, but if whatever that needs to happen in that super void happens, then it's almost like I want to say it's almost like the fights don't matter, but also because of the dynamic between Turiel and Fanuel, of like something that is unclaimed, that is warping and twisting the environment around it. Like once it's claimed and its influence is properly contained, then things will like get better. Maybe this moral blindness and the drill too deep, like something being beyond saving or whatever, it's especially true because of the perverting influence or whatever, right? So it could be something that like keeps someone from ever seeing things clearly, right? And again, like a real life, not a real life application, but low hanging fruit of that would be like if someone is constantly wronged to the point where they never get to it's like they never have to face the reality that what they're doing isn't great because they're constantly like in a not great space, if that makes sense. It's like someone can't worry about the morality of stealing if they're starving constantly. It's only when they have it's only when their basic necessities are met and they're not in a position where they need to commit crimes just to survive that they have the capacity to contemplate the morality of their actions, right? Maybe after they're not starving and after they're in a good way, they can go, oh, maybe I shouldn't steal a 72-inch 8K plasma TV. Can you even, like, our plasma 8K LCD, whatever, LED TV, right? Like, in that case and scenario and situation, like, yeah, maybe we can contemplate the ethics and morality of stealing. But if I'm starving and I got people who are depending on me for food and we can't afford it, especially by cruel design, and there's a surplus, especially food going to waste, food waste, hello? Yeah. Like, I'm going to steal it and I'm not going to feel bad about it. Sorry, this food didn't end up in a landmine. In a landmine? In a landfill. Girl. Sorry, this food didn't end up in a landfill. You know what I mean? Sorry, this isn't like garbage and I'm going to take it so someone who needs it can like actually eat it. Um, but anyway, it's like maybe that influence uncontained also makes it more difficult to see beyond whatever immediate um, situation, environment, or concern. Right? Maybe that's why the Cav, and even within the context of these cards, right? Like, what potential existential threat would the Cav be facing if they literally like had to kill their own planet for some kind of resource, right? Maybe at one point the home planet of the Cav was caught up in some greater skirmish. Maybe that's also why the Amidians aren't antagonistic to him. Maybe the planet of the Cav, there was like some kind of terraforming effort, terra botanist. There was a kind of terra botanical effort made by the Omidian, but the destruction was too much. And they had to end up fleeing. But one of the Cav scientists with that Cav battle rhetoric, maybe they were people of great peace, but they were driven to war because of the environment, again, that they were in. And for that, they needed a resource that was critical to the functioning of their world. But in order to survive, they killed it unintentionally. But it gave them the ability to like fight back. And maybe the threat continues, and that's why they haven't stopped strip mining to for the kind of people and right, but at the level of where things like closer to where things truly originate, closer to the true origin of some kind of conflict or battle or race or whatever. Excuse me, right? And it's interesting, again, the version of us that lives in others' heads. I can imagine a whole bunch of people on the worlds that the Cav have stripped of their resources that would see the Cav as like merciless and greedy and whatever. But again, if the Cav are only like that because of some greater threat that they face, where the Cav don't feel like they have the bandwidth to be compassionate or whatever, again, if they think it's their survival and that's true, then it's like, how responsible are they really? Right? Not that that necessarily matters. I feel like this went, I don't know. I feel like I kind of sort of landed somewhere, which is great. Speaking of the lander, um, and I guess that's the thing sometimes. You could say it's like we're all, to a certain degree, we're all trying to make the best of uh, of potentially bad situations or not great situations. And sometimes we have to brave the unknown. We have to choose to wade through chaotic energy to reach or attain like a true peace. And again, that's this dark endurance. One last chance, make it count. I think that also speaks to, it speaks to the capacity of individuals. Mm, it speaks to a capacity to see, to be able to empathize, maybe, with someone who may be an aggressor. Preference for do not mistake a preference for, like I'm saying the word right, but I keep getting hung up. Do not mistake a preference for peace for an inability to fight. Maybe it's all the rough, rough. Do not mistake a preference for peace for an inability to fight. Of the shield mate, um, because it goes beyond just being able to empathize, right? Because at a certain level, to a certain degree, in order for a solution to be reached, in order for a conflict to be fully resolved, especially one that spans not only time but like planets or lands, to things that are like so removed from their sources, like it's understanding matched with action matched with a certain level of like, even if it's almost like a king of cupsy type energy, where like even if there is understanding, even if there is compassion, something still must be done. Otherwise things will just continue to devolve into whatever they've devolved into, right? So while you can meet certain things with like love and grace and compassion, that in some cases only does so much. But again, dark endurance, the chaotic energy of that super void, it feels like it's getting to the heart of things. And that is what, like, the exalted sunborn, those angelic forces and like the dark forces, not shadow forces, but dark forces are working towards. And um, yeah, cool. Oh, I feel the yawn coming back. Excuse me, there it is. All right. Okay, cool. Let's get one of these as a deck that I have out, but that I have not used. I don't necessarily see if how question mark you can get me where I want to go, but if you could contribute, what is the nature of this thing that influence is permeating and perverting things? All right, I want a clean flip or clean fall. That was a lot of noise, but nothing flipped or fell. This is what I think. Claim flip or claim fall. We're just gonna keep going. I don't know why I'm showing up here. Oop. Let's see. Give me Keter or Malkut if they're gonna have the place of the title cards, and I'm not gonna read them. Keter because it's like all the way up there. Malkut because it's like it's so much down here. Because I'm gonna keep going until I get one. But if I'm not meant to have one, let it be one of those, right? Or you know what? Since we are choosing to navigate the chaos of the super void, right? Unless you choose to harness the vast chaotic energies. Vast chaotic energies to me reads like pick a card, and less like wait for one to flip over or fall down. So I'm gonna pick one. Of course, it's the hard Tiferet. What's so interesting about this is it's these hands that are reaching for the heart of Tiferet. Like the hands inside of Tiferet's chest reaching for that orb, you see? And it's like with Tiferet looking there and the way that Tiferet is holding its own hands, it feels like there's this external weariness or wariness, like trying to be aware of external forces. But these hands are moving inside to grab their heart without Tifret's knowledge. That's interesting. The sixth emanation, the temperate force that allows the rest of the emanations to coexist in beautiful harmony. Tiferet is without extremes or absolutes. As each other aspect rages around him, he neither yields nor resists. He is the equilibrium that exists between those forces. He is the guiding hand that braces against the many aspects of the tree to gracefully bring them toward one another. The yellow orb brings balance to the universe. Forming the midpoint between Keter and Malkut, he defines the pillar of balance. At the glowing center, he defines the pillar of balance. At the glowing center of the tree and the midpoint between all its relationships, he distributes energy from each emanation back across its paths. It's a careful balancing act, incorporating such extreme opposites, but this is the nature of the tree as a whole. Tiferet mirrors the structure of the tree, existing as a microcosm of the whole, found in art, health, and community. These hands are reaching for the very thing that not only mirrors the state of the entire tree, but also serves as the sole major junction, I guess, between all of the paths and emanations. Between all of the emanations, but subsequently their paths, right? And there was the energy of the organ rejection, right? Like if there's something that contaminates the blood, a foreign organ, maybe lung, someone gets a lung transplant. I mean, I say maybe lungs because they oxygenate the blood, but I guess what kidneys purify it? Question mark. If the transplanted organ affects the blood and the blood circulates through the entire body, then whatever is flagged to target, it will like almost literally target the entire body or every organ in the body. It's fine. Bottom of the deck is hot, left leg submission, which is interesting because the heart doesn't submit or resist. But here is submission right here. So this could be a forced submission to forces that we shouldn't submit to. We don't have to resist them because it doesn't resist, but we also shouldn't submit. Like what when I say that, right, in my head is like submit yourself to God. Like we should submit ourselves to God. But sometimes the God that we're told we should submit to is the God of men, right? It could be a preacher, a guru, someone we see as spiritually wise and connected. And instead of submitting to God, we end up submitting to the preacher, guru, pastor, whoever, not necessarily to like God. And like, we do what they say, or we treat their word as divine law rather than an interpretation of it. And of course, someone who is someone who is as they claim to be, their word should be the word of the divine, should express the will of the divine as well as any mortal is capable of, accurately expressing or saying whatever. But there are many who where that isn't necessarily always the case. And maybe submission to God looks different. Like true submission to God looks different than what we may think or what we've been taught it means. And of course, that brings to mind the whole the offerings thing, right? Offerings that people make to God or to some gods, and it may be things that like they don't even want or don't even ask for. But tradition and someone else would tell us incorrectly that it is what we should offer. I emphasize incorrectly because I'm sure that there are some who are capable of like correctly who have like the right knowledge and information. Phanuel, Angel of Truth, is in between Rimiel, Angel of Visions, and Netza, Right Leg Endurance. So here, it's an enduring vision. We had Dark Endurance right here as the last card, right? Dark Endurance. Endurance and the angel of vision. Enduring vision. The only time a vision has to endure is when we don't see it. If we saw it, it would there would be an inherent and very natural endurance to it because we look at it every day, right? So you wouldn't need the angel or you wouldn't need the emanation that corresponds to endurance to make an appearance. You wouldn't need dark endurance to make an appearance if the endurance didn't involve some kind of effort, right? Maintain the faith, hold your vision. It's been 3 hours. Oh my gosh. I thought I time stamped this. No. It was like, what, half an hour? Ramble, maybe until, oh, yeah, I'll say into the booster about 30 minutes. Yeah, because at like 50 minutes, I was like, I've been looking at this first card for 20 minutes. Final cards. Oof. 305. Cool. But it feels like in all of this, there is like an effort. Something is happening behind the scenes that is a potential, hopefully, remedy to everything that's happening on the surface. Right? Interesting. Interesting. It's interesting because I don't know. I am the way I am. I should apologize. I'll apologize after this. There was something that happened today, and there was an impression that things were one thing, and they were that thing, but it was an act. You know what I mean? Like it was, but it wasn't, but it was. Right? It's like, let's put on a good show and like, let's do this. And so the perception matched the intended, like the correct interpretation was had, right? Like whatever they wanted to put out, it was picked up. But the thing itself was like an act, quote unquote. Right? Patrick, what does that mean? Don't worry about it. I don't know. Maybe I knew when I started talking about it. Um, the whole thing, like behind the scenes, uh, and I guess too recently. I don't know when the time is, when the time will be. Uh, there was that one reading. It may have been the same one with the Heart of the Dying Star, where it was like somebody sort of peeped early what was going on and happening, but the divine was like, just let it play out. It was a whole Santa Claus thing. Like, let it keep playing out for now because there's a purpose and there's a reason behind it. And maybe it also gives the whole like, if something is a test or if there is a surprise, it's almost like sometimes you have to fool your enemies to fool your friends. You have to fool your friends to fool your enemies, right? And it's like, whenever I've read it in a book or saw it in a show, it's like someone who's like, you're too honest and you're a really bad actor. So if we would have told you the truth, you would have given it away to the person that we needed to like deceive, right? And it's like, we love your earnest nature, but the deception was necessary so that someone could reveal their involvement in this whole plan or whatever. Literally just watched that in another show like yesterday, right? And it's always someone that's like, "Where's your proof? Where's your proof?" And then it's like, "Here's the proof." Anyway, like it was necessary to maintain the rules long enough for someone to reveal their involvement or whatever. I don't know. Maybe it's less about involvement and more about uh, the our natures or whatever. Right? It gives us the opportunity to discover and embody who we really are, while things are like obviously at stake or on the line. Right? You could say that these are the times where we find out in real time exactly who we are, rather than what we like to convince ourselves we would be in times past. All right, final card from the Angelarium Year 2s. You get put away first. I want a Clayton Flipper, a Clayton Fall. And we're actually going to stick to it this time. Oh, oh gosh. Who is this? Shatail like flipped over and one of the angels shot out of the deck. One of these angels flew, and I don't know where it went. Oh, snap. I think it's just this one. Is this Gabriel's horn? It's double sided. Here's one side, but it landed like this. That's the trumpet. That's the horn that is blown at Judgment Day. What's interesting though is like the angel of silence is the one that flipped out. When words fail, Chatail descends. The wind dies and the earth comes to a rest. In stillness, a new aspect emerges, the touch of an elusive angel. Space around it gains new meaning, held motionless by the grip of its presence. Fear not, it rarely lingers. Is this a silence? It's almost like because silence descends, the horn is like all the louder. Bottom of the deck is Barbiel Angel of Scorpio. There are times when words fail. Wow. When words fail, Chatail descends. There are times when words fail and action must be taken. When trials beset our lives and no other course of action is available, we have to fight. The nature of this sign is to be an ally, loving in the easy times and harsh when the world demands it. Barbiel is our sword against the darkness. It is our power to strike back when necessary. Big on the when necessary, especially um, because of the shieldmate Mechon shieldmate. Just because it prefers peace doesn't mean it won't fight like it won't fight or whatever. There are times when words fail and action must be taken. When words fail, Chatail descends. She's almost low key given that jellyfish rogue, the Elvoy infiltrator. Almost. Because it's like silence falls. Everyone is in like some kind of state of awe or shock. But with Angel of Scorpio Barbio, there's also like some action that's taken place. Like that was the signal. And it's interesting that silence would be the signal for the trumpets to blow. But if silence are the signal for the trumpets to sound, then it's almost like there's an implied conclusion. And I feel like I don't know, not necessarily. And if the trumpet corresponds to like Judgment Day, like judgment is held at the end, which is why again that whole like wait for something to play out happens, because if nothing happens, there's nothing to be judged, right? And it's after silence falls. It's after everything is like completely done. It isn't an interruption type energy. I don't know. What is this? 3 hours of what? All right. I'm gonna close my eyes because the token is double sided. I'll give it two, and I'll just flip over the top. We have the ruinous rampage. Cath battle rhetoric teaches that there are no malfunctions on the battlefield, just equipment that need to be utilized differently. Bottom of the deck is the mech and shield maid. Do not mistake a preference for peace for an inability to fight. And it's a pinnacle envoy. An envoy from the top of the top of the top of the top, from the pinnacle, from the summit. And it's like, don't think that just because the light holds love, that it ain't got no fight in it. I don't know. Maybe that's not. I don't. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It doesn't matter. I guess I will say it in this way. Um, we, as far as I know, live in New Testament Bible post New Testament biblical era. We live in a post New Testament biblical era, not the Old Testament where like it was like the more severe God that was like turning people into pillars like that. In that post New Testament era, we become so accustomed to a loving, compassionate, benevolent, and kind God, like according to that line. I don't want to say pantheon, according to like that belief, that I don't know if I necessarily want to say like we forget the other face of God, but it's just like so like soft and loving and ever abiding and not necessarily ever like taking action unless something happens, and then we're like, oh, like this must be punishment for whatever. um but was that Psalms? Oh, I don't have. Was it Psalms 104? I know I saw that one. um TS Madison, Bob the drag queen was on TS Madison's podcast, and she gave Psalms. She gave two of them, and maybe Psalms 104. Is it Psalms 103 or Psalms 104? Okay, maybe it was Psalms 102. Let's see. That's Psalms 102. Let's go Psalms 103. Or was it Psalms 105? I know it was Psalms under 110. Oh, goodness. Oh, now it doesn't want to load. Okay, maybe it don't matter. Does it not matter? Anyway, I mean, Psalms is still like Old Testament. And that's one. It was 105. Okay, I'm gonna look at 105 and then I'm gonna move on because it's not necessarily that deep. No, I wish I could remember. Oh well, it was basically like a prayer for. Speaking of like Samikiel Angel of Vengeance, it was kind of like a prayer for that. Like make a widower of my wrongdoer and like do all this and do all that to those who would dare, you know, wrong one of your children, girl. Let them feel the full weight of what they have done. And I was like, woo. Anyway, um, and you know, of course, it's like different for different folks, but it's not to be trifled with either. And I think sometimes in a forced, and again, it's not as ubiquitous as it was, where it's like, you know, if you're of light and love and you just gotta take whatever from anybody. And it's like, oh, girl. Maybe for some people, yeah, but I don't know. What was it? I don't even remember what the combo was. Angel of Silence. Oh, yeah, because it was like when words fail, like things go quiet, and then it's the action of the Angel of Scorpio. It's like judgment happens in the silence after whatever has been committed. But then that shield made, ooh, two cards flipped over. Okay. We have the champion that we've been seeing a lot and the convalescent. This is Jupiter in Libra and Jupiter in Leo. Bottom of the deck is the seeker. The convalescent is the one that is healing. The champion is the one that has won. I love this energy. Like you went through something, you came out victorious, and you're in a time of healing. These two together, though, especially because of the fruit here, which is Malkuth in the Kabbalah tree of life. It corresponds to Malkuth. It's the fruit of a tree. Right? It's the champion's winnings. Um, Literally listening to another audiobook when I was on my walk today, and that person was someone's justice. Someone was wronged, and the judicial system, legal system was taking too long. It was too many hoops. Someone powerful wronged someone else who is powerful. But because of their power and connections, they were going to get off with the slap on the wrist. And she was like, absolutely not. And so they did a trial by combat. And as archaic as a trial by combat was, that was the only way she felt she was going to get the justice that she deserved. Her champion of justice won. She gave him a fruit. The fruit was gave him several. It was like a fruit of race advancement. His race was human, right? And it's like a level based system. Without that advancement, your level gets capped out. So at base one, his level would have capped out at level 15, but he went up all the way up to base four, right? He grew in strength, he grew taller, all of that stuff you would imagine. That was his, like, that fruit was his prize for winning, for serving as that lady's justice. But it's like this is the period of recovery that happens after that fruit of advancement is ingested, right? So, with any kind of significant transformation, especially within the world of fantasy, with any significant transformation, there's almost always a period of rest because the body has just gone through something kind of traumatic, low key, right? Um, as it has whatever, like we hit a growth spurt and like our bodies ache, and that's like within base human limitations, right? That's not even like a magical metaphysical transformation. That's what this combination of cards is giving me, though. Someone like there's an energy of accomplishment and achievement so great that it produces some kind of advancement, change, transformation, and then this that's the period of recovery afterward. Bottom of the deck is the Seeker, which is spirit in search of science. But as the Seeker, it just means that like the Seeker is not a destination. It's a milestone. It's a significant achievement, but it marks the beginning of the next phase of a journey, if not a brand new journey altogether. And yeah, the Six of Wands is minor world card energy. Um, and we even see the wreath that holds that accomplishment and achievement. But the Six of Wands isn't the end of the suit. Like there's the seven and the eight and the nine and the 10, let alone the court cards. This I've read another audiobook, and this is another form like water from the goddess or divine waters that cause another transformation. Both of these symbols of transformation. The fruit that gave a race advancement, the waters that awakened new magical abilities, right? A mark of attunement. It was an attunement. Cool. I wonder if it says in here. Maybe it does. Conservator, Five of Swords. Oh, the champion. I just saw champion. Positive omen. Success comes, but at the cost of a personal sacrifice. The champion is the spirit of victory. The imagery of the spirit here conveys the core of the message. To be the champion, one must be oblivious to pain. For there to be victory, there must be self sacrifice. Our Norse jail queen, adorned and crowned with amber, sits upon her throne, which features Odin's wolves, Gary and Freaky. Jerry and Freaky, cast in bronze. The background features the letters of the god's name, Tyr, Norse god of war. So it has to be in the Book of Maps, and it's fine. I'm not going to get all the way into it. What's interesting, though, is the Tree of Life came out recently in the Mystical Shaman Oracle cards. I think it was the same video with the corn split. Excuse me. And the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, when Adam and Eve ate of the tree, they, rather than the divine guidance that they were operating under before, they decided for themselves what was good and what was bad. Now, like when I read it, how I make sense of it is whatever decisions they made in terms of what is good and bad went or goes against some kind of divine alignment, right? And so again, with all of the moral blindness that we saw in the second row, um, it's like it becomes easy for us to lose sight of where we are, especially when we're so focused on some kind of vindication from the past. It's easy for us to justify doing things to people who don't deserve it, to people who never hurt us. But because we don't want to be hurt again, we are in the right, right? Let alone anything and everything else. The champion being awarded this fruit that in the lover's card is in that tree, it's almost like it almost means that they've been recognized by the divine champion of justice. Um, their judgment has been recognized by the divine, and so that fruit is given freely. Again, it causes some kind of major transformation through all of the contextual inferences and everything that I already said. Maybe as a reward for breaking through the matrix. And the thing that I love about the matrix is I feel like we've seen they should have like a Matrix Zero, like the first Neo that broke out of the matrix while still within the matrix, right? Like I want to see that story because I think because we follow the people who have broken out from what I remember of the movie, it seemed like someone woke up within the Matrix and started doing a bunch of impossible stuff. Was eventually ejected in some kind of way, and then maybe started to free other people. And they built the first sanctuary city, and then they go through their cycles of destruction and whatever. But I feel like there's so much emphasis on like the breaking out that and then by the end of the first movie, of course, we see Neo take on his role as the one or whatever and do all of the matrixy things. But I feel like I don't know, there wasn't enough shown about like the whole the spoon doesn't exist or whatever. Like the things that could be done inside with that level of awareness of the system. Maybe. I don't even know if I'm communicating it right. I don't know. Anyway, all right. Quantum Tarot 2.0. Also, I had not forgotten about that Griffin. Oh, that was a smooth fall. We got a King of Swords, looks like. Bottom of the deck is the Emperor, Strong Forces again. Yeah, with the Griffin. I was like, it's something about that Griffin. There's the Griffin again. Oh, maybe. There you go. There you go. The Shadow of the Griffin. Is this Uranus? You can see both of the things that are embossed on this card. So, like, see, it's just like the man, maybe, and the H. There we go. Kind of. It's also interesting that we see the King of Swords after the Convalescent and the Four of Swords. Interesting why. In some ways, it implies the completion of that transformation. In some ways. I'll read both of them. Both the advanced course and the not advanced course. It is Uranus. Okay. King of Swords, Heracles, Hercules. That's the knight. Sorry, King of Swords, Uranus. The King of Swords rules the airy realm of the intellect. He advises you to analyze things dispassionately and objectively. What situation requires detached judgments? The advanced course. Uranus is unique among the planets of the solar system in that its axis of rotation is almost horizontal, as if it had been turned on its side. Its magnetic field is also strange, very powerful and offset from the planet's center by a third. In mythology, Uranus was a Greek sky god, husband to Gaia. Uranus's airy realm is familiar territory to the King of Swords, who represents mastery of the intellect. The king has the ability to be objective, clear thinking, and detached. His judgment is not clouded by emotion or wishful thinking. Mirroring Uranus's unusual rotational axis, he has the ability to turn things on their head and look at the world from an unexpected angle, or to look at the world from unexpected angles, which is interesting because that sounds like Hangman. But Uranus, aka this King of Swords, turns the world on its head rather than him being hanged upside down in the hanged man. Oof, I feel like I'm getting nauseous. um, Speaking of like Neo and the Matrix, it's like again, it's that thing about like turning the world on its head or turning things upside down. Like I feel like there was like an image of someone like inverting everything that came to my mind's eye, and it just like made me nauseous. And I feel still like low key a little just like what. Um, but if this is the King of Swords and he's judging something objectionably, he's being objective. Two of Swords, objective, clear thinking, and detached. Yeah, he's looking at things objectively. There you go. Um, there's something of not a matter of consistency. Also, speaking of the hanged man, it's almost like an energy of giving something or someone enough rope to hang themselves. But it's like maybe it's like a reversal of like logic or something like that, right? Where it's like if you believe, like, do you believe, like, let's say someone is has some kind of campaign to like for some kind of justice, right? They're like, this person needs to be brought to justice for whatever. And they end up in the court with the King of Swords. And the King of Swords is like, do you truly believe that? Or are you just like, is this performative? And the person's like, no, this is something that I truly believe and I firmly stand by this. And the king's like, really? So like tell me more about what happened, right? And they go through everything and it's like there's a crowd, there's an audience, there are spectators, and they're like hamming it up, and the King of Swords is like, okay, so when you did this, or when you did that, or when you were the perpetrator of these crimes, do you also believe that the same should happen to you? And now the person is like, whoa, hold up, because number one, how did you know about that? Number two, you're the judge who's like doing whatever. Number three, you're like, I'm putting on a show in front of all these people, and now the people are like, they're all whispering in the stands or whatever. It's that energy that like turns things on their heads and kind of sort of reveals not moral weakness, because I don't want to say moral. It's like you could say like a double standard, maybe. Again, maybe it's because of this giant sword off to the side with the Angel of Vengeance, the double-edged, double-sided sort of Samikiel. When justice is called in, it rules on both sides, or it gets to the truth. It's not whatever. But it's like, I don't know, it's something about like in turning things on their head. It's almost like a tower energy, but it's like if things can stand upright, it's like things that stand upright, but when you turn them on their head, they like crumble under their own weight. And I guess you could say, like, wouldn't most things? No. Anything that is built well, regardless of the fact that nobody is perfect. Anything that is built well and with tech and with integrity would withstand it would withstand Uranus. It would withstand upheaval. And some things of it may change. Some embellishments may fall off, right? Things that are like taped or hastily fastened, afterthoughts may fall off. But what is core and integral and true will remain intact. Because as much as Uranus, and this is me talking, not licensed, professional, whatever, well researched astrologer, um, it's like there is a lot of associations of Uranus with like things breaking apart and stuff like that. But in an almost Saturnian way, and they both rule Aquarius, it feels like Uranus can't destroy anything that is holds truth. I'll just say it's like it doesn't have that power because of the realm that it rules, or because of the like if it rules intellection, then things that are intelligently sound, it doesn't matter what angle or vantage point or viewpoint you look at it, it'll continue to hold up. But anything that isn't, again, will like fall under the scrutiny. Now this scrutiny aligns with Hod. That's who it was. Left leg submission, right? Anything that is of integrity will remain so under even the harshest scrutiny. And so it's like that's why we're not supposed to submit ourselves to anything or anyone. That's why we can ask questions, right? I feel like what was curiosity? What was curious? Something was curious. Sammy's curiosity. Um, like we wouldn't be like, why in the story of creation would we be given free will and made with minds that think and question and wonder? and not be expected to ask any questions of like the divine or of God. You know what I mean? Like it's in our very nature. And it helps us, one, it may potentially help us to better understand, but two, it helps us to make that choice, right? And as far as what I know, like God created us because it he wanted to be worshipped, but in a way where he's chosen, right? Not in a way that's like forced, because then it's just whatever. Um, and so again, anything that is truly divine, anything that is truly of God or from the divine, will like it will hold under any and all scrutiny. So anything that would demand blind faith and like raw blanket submission, it's almost like not inherently not divine, but it's like a red flag if anything. Like my mom will, all the time, she'll be like, God gave us free will and God gave us choice. So who are we to impinge upon the free will and the choice of another, especially as someone who claims to follow the God or the divine? Like, then to not recognize or extend that same freedom to others when like we were created with that, like she'd be like, something about that ain't right, something about it is weird. It's like it goes against the very, but it's like it's one of those things, one of the many things that if we were to turn it on its head, it would fall apart. Which is why sometimes you don't encourage free thinking, or it's why you heavily, like why you manufacture a narrative, manufacture stories, manufacture systems to guide thinking in a certain direction. But even those directions, it's like, if we apply a little bit of scrutiny to this, what sense would it truly make for, you know, whatever? Anyway, that's why I say, the divine knows me. The divine, when I was created, the divine knows exactly what it and who it's working with. You know what I mean? And it's not that I don't take it upon myself to be better, because I do. But also at the same time, I view things as like this is like a joint partnership type situation, right? Collaboration. But collaboration is my path. It's what works for me. Anyway, King of Swords, Uranus, turning everything on its head. Oof. And Uranus just moved into Gemini? Yeah, because Uranus was in Taurus. Uranus just moved into Gemini. I'm sure it's going to retrograde at some point. I don't remember when. Pluto is in Aquarius. They're both early degrees, so they're going to be trining for a hot minute. Excuse me. And Pluto in Aquarius, to me, is interesting because Aquarius is associated with larger things, like communities, right? If Capricorn is the very systems and foundations that things are built upon, um, then Aquarius are the communities and the people that those systems sort of govern. I feel like I didn't explain why that's interesting to me, but I will. I don't. It just is. Okay. It just is. I don't know, because like the closer you get to Pisces, the more universal things become. Oh, Zachriel, Angel of Memory. Bottom of the deck, Brimp, Angel of Time. These angels. One of them will flip over, the other one will fly away. um, the closer you get to Pisces, the more universal energies sort of like become, right? Shout out to Bohemian Stars and Ocean Heart readings. I feel like I ain't seen Hemi in a minute. And it's so funny because like there are readings that she did for me years ago. And of course, at the time that I received them, they meant what they meant. But now that I am reaching a certain point within my own journey and within my own self, I'm like things just mean so much more than they did before. Um, and I'm pretty sure a lot of them I have, most of them I have. I just gotta. Part of me is like I should watch through and try to find them. Another part of me is like I should take what I remember and use that, like keep that in mind as I am living, exploring, whatever, rather than trying to go back and find verbatim, like word for word, what was said. You know what I mean? Anyway, what was I talking about? Uranus, the King of Swords. Oh, I was saying something because I feel like she is the person that mostly inspired or aligns to that most resonant for me. Oh yeah, the universal houses because she said Sagittarius. It's the last four signs: Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces. And a lot of people, she was like, most people say it's Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, but it also includes Sagittarius. That's why I mentioned Hemi. Um, but as you move into those signs and as things get more collective, I would assume they get less individual. I'm like, yeah. Anyway, it's fine. That's why I mentioned Hebe, because she's the one I heard say that. Excuse me. And so I just wonder. I guess I wonder where the truth of those powers lie rather than their echoes, if that makes sense. Right. I guess on a certain level, it doesn't matter. Um, right. Because if something has, it doesn't matter if the effect is direct or indirect, right? If it's still an effect that is produced. But I don't know. I get curious. I wonder. The card that flew out is Tiferet, Heart Beauty, Zachriel, Angel of Memory. What I love about these two together and the threads that Zachriel has gathered, there is one way to read these two together as how memory influences our emotional state, which influences like how we operate, make choices and decisions in the world and stuff like that. But this feels like it's a return to a previous state before an assumed influence, right? Who knows how long these hands have been playing with the orb that lies at the heart of Tiferet. And even when those hands are removed, going back to like the convalescent, even when those hands are removed, there's going to be some time where the influence is still like being worked out, right? And in that time, we just have patience with ourselves and with others. But with Zachariel, Angel of Memory, it feels like returning to a state, the heart returning to a state before that interference or manipulation, right? So, like you could say before someone became jaded or dispassionate largely or distrustful or whatever, right? Their heart goes back to a state that is like open and engaging and free or whatever. Things that were done in time can be undone in time. Again, with Remph Angel of Time at the bottom of the deck. I'll read Zachariel. Well, if you take something, you have to leave something, basically. Excuse me. I've been live for hours and hours and hours. Wow. Eternally lost, Zachariel carelessly winds and unwinds the threads of thought. Memory has no worries or concerns. You are safe to wrap yourself in the hands of time gone by as well. It is warm and safe within the fog of Zachariel. All you knew greets you, welcomes you, longs for you. The power of remembrance is balanced by the power of forgetfulness. Pouring memory into the cup of forgetfulness makes room for new memory. Zachariel is the angel of all memory, even memory loss. If you take something with you, you must also leave something behind. Signs are a knot, a loom, and a maze. Amazing grace. Excuse me. I feel like there's another deck I want to find a card from, but there isn't. There aren't any others used. Um, memory. Of course, there are things that I can say. I guess um, with how memories can influence the heart, it sort of works both ways. It's like the danger of not danger, the inherent illusion crafting question mark of nostalgia, which is interesting. But anyway, um, maybe I'll mention it if I remember. Like we can go through something that causes us to romanticize, for lack of a better word, someone or something to the point that when we remember it, it's like we only really remember the good things. And so in our memory, something seems like amazing. But it's like maybe there were a lot of not great things that also happened. And maybe things were mostly not good. But for some reason or another, we chose to forget them. And so like the specifics don't matter. In the same way, the opposite could be true, right? Something that maybe wasn't perfect, but wasn't as terrible as we remember because we only remember the bad things, right? Either way, there is a certain unclarity around it. Now, the interesting thing that I remembered is recently I saw something on the internet that explained why like old video games and old movies used to look a lot better than if we were to engage with them currently. And it's because with cathode ray, like when TVs and screens were cathode ray tubes, media was designed with those limitations in mind. So they took advantage of the however cathode ray tubes work to portray the image that they wanted shown. So like it added a depth to everything. But if we were to watch that with current technology, those limitations no longer being there mean that the image that we see is now distorted because they were designed for a previous system. And the thing was, like, we can play something old or watch something old on a modern screen and go like, wow, like I thought this used to look better. And the truth is it did look better back then because again, it was designed to be viewed on that screen. And all of the quirks were taken in mind when the artists were doing their work, right? It's like if an artist primarily works with pink parchment for whatever reason. Like the paper's always pink. And so because their base is pink, how they paint everything like takes that into account. Now, if you were to put that on like white paper or on a white background, then of course it would look different because it doesn't have that pink undertone for the image to like shine through. Right. And I don't know. I feel like that was important for some reason. What is the direct context and application of it? Um, we can, with the understanding and with the knowledge and with the knowing that the lens of nostalgia can discolor things as we are doing whatever work we're doing that requires us to see maybe multiple aspects of a thing. Maybe when we remember the other side, it's also to not get lost, right? So if we only remember the positive, and as we recall more and more like the negative, like we don't have to go to the extreme of like, wow, that was like actually crappy. Like that was actually terrible. Or vice versa, right? Like, oh, like there were all of these amazing things that happened. Like it was like actually kind of a dream. Like it was actually really good, and I didn't know how good I had it because all of this stuff, like I didn't remember. And it's like, yeah, to a certain degree, but also it is as it was. You know what I mean? Because we were where we were at the time, we weren't where we are now, right? So maybe with where we are now, we have the capacity to like be more patient or we've worked through whatever. So like if we were who we are now back then, like we could have showed up better, we could have been more compassionate, like especially if there's like a child adult dynamic, right? Like if I were an adult as a child, then yeah, I would handle this a lot better because that would be an adult interaction. But it's like, no, you were a child. So it's still kind of like, you know, and that is a little bit more extreme. But it's like, while we recognize that memory can affect recollection and that in turn affects how we show up in the world or interact and engage with certain systems and people, um, we also don't have to like overcompensate for that. Just keep a balanced level of awareness. Cool. One more. Aziraphale, Angel of Song. The thing about the time, memory, and song. Another thing that's been I've been seeing a lot lately is that like memorials are for the living, and statues are for the people who need heroes. Right? There was a memorial service for someone, and they didn't want to go because whatever. Right? And someone was like, the memorial isn't for them; they're gone. The memorial is for us because they wanted. I'm not gonna say what it is exactly because it's heavy spoilers. The person was like, everything I had to say, I said to that person, and they were like, yeah, but like the memorial isn't for them. The memorial is for us, and there are ways that this person has changed that we didn't get to see or experience, or there are others that also like got to witness this side of the person that a lot of people didn't, and it's for them, it's for some to be reminded, and it's for others to get to know that like, hey, maybe this person was complex, and there were things that they were going through that like it contextualizes, and especially after the end, there's that. And then in another piece of media, there were statues of a hero, and it was always of like the person fighting and overcoming, like standing against nearly insurmountable like odds and stuff like that. And the friends of the person knew that like that person didn't like fighting, and he wouldn't have wanted to be remembered as a fighter because he didn't do anything that he did for glory. He did it because of love, basically. And as they were looking at one of the statues, yet another statue of this person fighting, someone was like, this, like, he wouldn't want to be remembered like this. And someone else was like, yeah, but the statue isn't for him. And the statue is not for us. The statue is for all of the people who need a hero, all of the people who need an example of, even if you feel vastly like, overwhelmed or outmatched or whatever, you can still stand, and you can stand for others. Like, that's what this statue is a memory of. For who he really was, like, that's what we are the legacy of. That's for us to remember. And each other, because he made us better. Like, that's how, we serve as a reminder for one another. So I don't know, that's interesting to me. Interesting in what way? Like the purpose of memory, maybe. And it's interesting because I think when it comes to legacy building, and this came out, I feel like months ago at this point, and that whole like what we do, like we don't control the impact that we make. And I was going to say it's interesting because I feel like when it comes to legacy, or when it comes to like how do you want to spend your life or whatever, it's always like what legacy do you want to leave behind? What do you want people to say about you, or how do you want people to remember you? Um, but however people remember us, it's for them. It's not for us. You know, if people need to remember us as strong and powerful because they sometimes feel weak and are encouraged and emboldened by that, then who are we to say, like, no, you can't remember me that way, or we can't remember this person that way, right? And even if we could, it wouldn't stop it from happening, right? And I don't know. It's an interesting play or take on that whole like we're not responsible for the version of us that live in other people's heads. And again, we're not. Ultimately, we're not. There are some ways we can influence it, But when it comes to memory and when it comes to the heart, it is our self preserving instincts that dictate how we remember things. And so now that King of Swords energy, like with its objective, clear thinking, clear sight, it's like without that filter of, I can't think of the word right now. Without that filter of like needing to see something in a certain way for a purpose or for a reason, it's like seeing the truth of something as it is or seeing the truth of something as it was. And not necessarily completely liberating ourselves from however we need to see or remember whatever for the purposes of whatever it is that we're doing or whatever direction we're growing in. Um, but it's to just at the same time have that clearer sight, bigger picture, right? I don't know. Anyway, 4 hours to open one pack of cards. I feel like that's a new record. I hope you all have an amazing whenever you see this. I hope you're acting in alignment to make all that you wish to experience your reality. I hope that whatever you need along your path, journey, and where you find. Um, and I don't know. I have another hope inspired by the last 5 to 5 minutes, an hour. Um, but again, like I don't know how to communicate it. I hope you a presence. Like the more I try to think, the blanker my mind gets. I'm trying to concentrate, and my mind is just like it's like the opposite of whatever. Um, I hope you a presence and I hope you a presence and awareness that allows you to see, witness, experience whatever it is you need to see, witness, or experience, and the ability to not be lost in its meaning, especially if it meant something. If the realization and recognition is like of what something used to mean, like I hope you again like don't get lost in that clarity. Maybe sometimes we can kind of spiral in terms of like, well, if this is true and if that's true, then like this whole time I've been operating under these like incorrect assumptions and like I did this and I said that and I treated this other person like whatever because like I thought that whatever, 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 blah blah blah. And again, it's almost like it can be this sort of spiral or this domino cascade of dominoes where it's like, well, like that kind of goes into like guilt, shame, or blame into an extreme. I'm a firm believer that there is a healthy amount of guilt and shame. A healthy amount of guilt and shame being like, I recognize that this is something that I did and I don't like it and I don't want to do it again. Like, I don't want this to be who I am. And so I'm going to choose to be different. I'm going to choose to be better. Right. To me, that's a healthy amount, which is boils down to like recognition and maybe not necessarily carrying the feelings of guilt and shame and stuff like that anymore. You know what I mean? Like, there are plenty of things that I've done that I regret, ways that I've like showed up or handled certain situations, that especially now that my capacity is like different and I'm not dealing with all of the things I was dealing with in the past. I'm like, yeah, like for where I was at that point in my life, it's completely understandable. Did I have the capacity to show up any better at that point? No. I'm surprised I did what I did with the capacity that I had. Um, I can't change the past. I can only move forward. And I get to decide who and how I want to be, right? If there are traits that I admire and stuff like that, I don't have to force myself to be anyone that I'm not. But at the same time, I'm open to being a better me because I want to be, right? Anyway, that's, I guess, what I mean by I hope you don't get lost or consumed in the clarity. Um, and maybe Uranus and Gemini. Uranus and Gemini trining Pluto and Aquarius is so interesting because Gemini is so locally social, so engaged and interactive. And then Pluto being an Aquarius of like systems and like groups of people at large. Like that combo. What's in Aries? Chiron, Saturn, and Neptune before they retrograde back into Pisces. Okay. I ask what's in Aries because with all of this like localized movement, transformation, transition, change, restructuring, and then with this like greater, more globalized, more collective change and transformation, like where's the self? Aries being the self, first house, like what's happening in the self? Um, that's why I was like, what's in Aries? Because that's a lot of outside and way outside. Anyway, all right, this is over. I'm not rambling anymore.